everybody, Josie Asher here and welcome to the live stream. We are in the world famous location of Pozo Izquierdo. Gran Canaria is known for its strong winds, and just look at the location, about 30 to 35 knots. Waves are in between 3 to 4 foot already. I tell you what, we're going to be seeing some action. We've already done the qualifiers for the big air event that is going to be happening further on in the week. Now we're going to be moving it over to Surf Freestyle, and to get a little bit more info on what is happening down on the shore, I'm going to pass it over to my friend Leon Dredge.
Thanks very much, Joe. As you can see, the wind is well and truly pumping. A good, solid 35 knots. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to see 40 knots, so our wingfoil athletes can really treat this location as a playground. Gran Canaria, hopefully going to produce. Our last event was down in Cape Verde, so let's go and throw it back and check out the highlights from that amazing action we had.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the GWA Wingfoil World Tour event in Cape Verde, island of Sal. The beast is roaring. We can see Punta Preta is starting to fire. We had yesterday the guys and the girls go out and start to test it. A little bit of training for them, but we are going to be going into action. Who are going to be our champions? Punta Preta once again defied predictions and delivered big set waves. A steady breeze was the perfect dish that guaranteed the world's best wingfoilers would come out to play. On the final day of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Cape Verde, we were straight into the men's quarterfinal action. Cape Verde local favourites Hendrik Lopez and Wesley Brito put aside their friendship and went trading blows on the water. Brito racked up a big wave score to dominate the heat.
That's amazing. He's the one that taught me almost all my tricks. So I'm really stoked to be going against him. He's one of the best on the tour for sure. And I really hope him the best. And yeah, always nice to compete against him. And next time, I'm gonna come even stronger and crazier. Yeah, you're crazy.
The semi-finals of the women and men's competition were hard-fought affairs. Teammates Maui-based Zane Schweitzer and France's Benoit Carpentier went toe-to-toe, but the Frenchman was relentless and squeezed the win.
Yeah, no, it's such an iconic place, an iconic venue with so many great history in all the wind sports, and it was kind of a challenge, you know, like to be here on the wing. I wasn't sure as well when I first got in and like check out the spot. I was like, man, I'm gonna break so many wings, and like I wasn't feeling safe at all. But I guess we got like some really good training on the other side of the island, and I think everybody has been pushing the level heat after heat, which has been amazing to watch. And I think it's just the beginning, and I can imagine like what's gonna happen next, like in the next years, or because it's crazy, like the evolution.
In the women's, the final was a battle of youth and experience. The 16-year-old Spanish Nia Suarez faced off against Hawaiian veteran Luna White. White used all her surfing experience to forge a strong lead that secured the win.
Pretty amazing. I wasn't expecting this result at all. I just was going out there and having fun, and yeah, ended up getting some good rides, and yeah, it was an amazing event. All the girls were charging out there. We had amazing waves and wind came through, and yeah, great event.
The men's final was no holds barred clash filled with drama. Local hero Wesley Brito was on fire. He stamped his authority on the draw with a big wave score right out of the gate. He piled on the pressure with an air 360. Benoit Carpentier chased his rival but paid the price, ending on the rocks twice and bursting his wing.
Man, so happy, stoked about it because it's the first wing wave tour event, and especially to win the first one, this one is gonna stay in my mind forever.
What an incredible way to finish off an event. Punta Preta not letting us down. We have had amazing conditions for the new discipline of the wave wingfoiling. What are we going to be seeing next? And And welcome everybody to the beautiful location here in Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo, in the Canary Islands down here in Spain. It is such a pleasure to be here because this is the home of wind. This is one of the windsurfing paradises, known as one of the best locations in the world for water sports. And to be here for the very first time with the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, it is such a pleasure. I'm Josie Ashler, and joining me here in the booth, we have Liam Dredd. Liam, how's it going, mate?
It's great to be back in the booth once again with you, Joe, and, you know, tick off another event for us on the calendar. You know, we've had a very healthy amount of riders that have registered for this competition. We've got a big fleet. They're all coming and traveling from all over the globe. And as you mentioned, we're in a famous spot like this, which is, I mean, it's as windy as it gets, and these athletes are going to be tested. They're going to be pushed. But all that training, this is where it comes down to. A new discipline as well for us, which is very, very exciting, the big air. So I'm very much excited to be in the booth, focusing and commentating on the live here and seeing who can take it.
Yeah, no, it is great to see. We can already, quite a lot of the riders having a little look-see to see what is going to be happening. We're going to be going into round number one. Heat number one is going to be Benjamin Castagnol, Luca Gasperini, and Clement Jamon. But before we get into the action and actually get into the jumps, the spins, the turns, the grab, and the style, let's catch up with our race director, Juan Antonio Aragon, as he's going to tell us a little bit more about Pozo Izquierdo.
Okay, so first, there you go. I want to introduce myself. I am Juan Antonio Aragon, the race director of GWA. And what can I say about this place? Mainly, it is the evidence that we are in the most extreme place in the world regarding wind conditions, you know. So also for sure, even if we don't have like a proper swell, because the wind is so strong, the wind can create immediately, you know, after 1-2 days of pushing hard, wave swell. So we're gonna have maximum, you know, wind conditions for sure. Around the world is the most extreme, but also watch out because the wave can be bigger too here. And that's mean that for the discipline that we have, bigger and freestyle cannot be better, especially for the bigger is probably the best spot in the world, you know. So yeah, make me nostalgic for the old time because you know I cannot wait to see the best action in the world for sure. Regarding this discipline, they're going to be the first, and I think going to be one of the situations that the people don't going to forget in the future. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Juan. Great to hear. Juan Antonio Aragon, our race director. I mean, this guy, he has been at this location for more than 30 years. I mean, if there's anybody who knows what Pozo Izquierdo can do, that is going to be Juan Antonio. So yeah, just giving us the ins and the outs, a little bit of the info. But one of the most important things out there is there are crystal blue waters. We've got about 30 to 35 knots already out there. Forecast is looking good. We're at the low point of the tide at the moment, so we're coming up with the push, so hopefully that will increase the waves. At the moment, obviously, we have that mixed format, Liam. So what does that mean? We can add wave elements or take out wave elements depending on the conditions, which is one of the backbones of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, is that we adapt to the conditions at hand.
And it's important that we adapt because it shows the riders that, you know, we want to see the overall rider. We always refer to seeing that overall rider, and we want to see these riders do their freestyle, you know, but also make use of the wave element. And as you mentioned, the tide is going to have quite a big factor here. We've been here since pretty much the crack of dawn this morning, and we arrived at a high tide, and the waves were quite appealing, Joe. They did look rather nice.
Oh, they definitely did. And I tell you what, we've seen it yesterday, and everybody's excited because we've just already gone through the big air trials, because we also have a big air event over here at the Gran Canaria Pozo Izquierdo World Tour stop, which is the very first time, and that's going to be involved with the Red Bull Rockets, where they're going to be measured with the Surfer app, having a phone inside their wetsuit on their chest, and it's going to measure how high they go, what is going to be happening. We'll get the G-force, the travel, the height, and the highest jump overall of the contest is going to get a big €1,000 check.
That sounds quite tasty, a little 1,000 check just for going nice and high. But as you mentioned, the big air, it's a new discipline, and it's something that not only we as crew are excited about, but the riders are pretty amped. We've been talking with the committee and all sorts about this new discipline at this new spot. I mean, what a place to do it. Solid winds, you know, strong, 35 to 40 knots. That is exactly what we want. We told these riders, look, if you're getting on a plane to Gran Canaria, bring your small kit. Bring your small kit. It's going to be nuking, but it's going to be interesting to see what sort of approach they take when it comes to the big air, whether they want to maybe take a wing that is slightly bigger just to go that little bit higher or maybe get that little bit more hang time. The judges have said it's 80% height, 20% sort of variety. So really, we're just asking these riders to go as big as they possibly can. And when the tide is at that prime spot and those waves, you know, are lining up nicely with the strong wind, we're going to see riders like the Chris McDonalds, the Mallows, you know, the little youngster here, Benjamin Castencold. They're all going to want to go big. And then you've got the likes of Bastien Escofet, Alan Fedit, and on the girls' side, Nia Suarez, Oran Saris. You know, they are all here. They've all jumped on the plane, and this is going to be one of the events to remember for the year.
Oh, no, absolutely. And to be here for the very first time, it just opens an absolute can of worms of the possibilities, and I can't wait to see our guys and girls getting some hang time. Also talked to a couple of the heavy hitters on the men and on the women's side. New tricks in the bag.
Yep.
We've seen, obviously, on the ground, they can't, you know, they just can't hold themselves. They, you know, we've seen 14s, we've seen backflips with 360 that have never been landed in the competition. Let's not forget, if they are landed for the first time in the competition, there's that innovation, there's that multiplying factor. Also, they can now do 2 combos in their scoring because they have 7 attempts. Top 4 moves are going to count. All of those details that are going to get mixed up and all in there to see what their highest scores are. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing some of the biggest moves in the history of surf freestyle of the wing foiling. But before we get more into details, let's go and have a little chat with Alvaro Nevo, our head judge, as we caught up with him this morning, and he's going to explain even more on that mixed format.
The mixed format is something unique. We can have waves element inside. By being here on this mythical spot of Pozo, it makes really unexpected because we can have waves all by sudden and have different combinations inside the tricks counting for the final score. So we can have pure freestyle format, but we can also have a waves element on it. By the first time in history, we're going to make... The mixed format is something unique. We can have waves element inside. By being here on this mythical spot of Pozo, it makes really unexpected because we can have waves all by sudden and have different combinations inside the tricks counting for the final score. So we can have pure freestyle format, but we can also have a waves element on it. By the first time in history, we're going to make the bigger event. We're going to see those guys boosting super high in the sky, combining super difficult tricks. So it's going to make very, very exciting to watch.
Well, there you can see Alvaro Nevo there just telling us a little bit about what's happening, and also a little birdie in the ear has also told that it looks like we're going to be going for 4 freestyle moves at the moment because there aren't any waves out there. It is completely low tide now because low tide down here in Pozo Izquierdo is at 2:58. So we're 2 minutes over, so it is about as low as it gets, and you can see that right-hand corner of your screen, that's where the rocks come out, and we're going to have our competition area here in the middle. And the players, the boys that are going to be going out onto the water, run me through them there, Liam.
Yeah, round 1, heat number 1, we've got Benjamin Castencold coming out of Denmark. We've got Luca Gasparini, the Italian. And then making up the 3 is Clément Hamon from France, actually winning the under-16 youth surf freestyle just the other week, Joe, in La Palma. So he's coming off an exciting win. Benjamin, the youngster, having a point to prove, and then Luca Gasparini, you know, another rider that cannot be taken for granted. All of them round one, heat number one. So they're the first players on the water for freestyle. And it's going to be interesting to how they fare their share against these conditions. Obviously, all our riders, you know, they know how to deal when it comes to strong wind. They've all ridden in strong winds, but when you're under competition as well, and the level of the riders at the moment is so high, it's anyone's game.
It certainly is. So there we can see out there on the red Cabrina, that is Benjamin Castagnol coming out of Denmark. Very talented young rider, done very well on the Youth World Cup that we had also. And Liam, you were at those events both over in there in La Palma. How did that happen?
It was great. I mean, it just shows you, you know, that the youth is really the backbone of this sport at the moment and pushing it. You know, you look at the new moves that are getting landed, and it's the youngsters that are going ahead and doing it. And it's great to see that the younger generation, that sort of under 19, do want to come in and compete.
All right, so we just had some information come in. They've had a change in the format at the last minute. So 3 tricks counting, 7 moves each. So 7 turns each for each one of these riders. That man on your screen there, Benjamin Castagnol, is going to be the first man to jump. There we can see that is Clement Hamon, if I'm not mistaken. No, excuse me, that will be Luca Gasparini is going to be jumping second, and Clement will be jumping third. So there, it looks like he's changing his wing there, Gasparini. So first is going to be the blue lycra, second is going to be the orange lycra, and third is going to be the purple lycra. So they are ready to rumble, and it looks like we had a little bit of a wing sprint there. You can see a couple of the guys just having a little trouble holding on to their wing, but we are a go, go, go. So round number 1, heat number 1 is getting ready to rumble, as we are going to be starting off with Benjamin Castagnol.
And here we go. You can see Luca Gasparini on your screen. It's going to be quite a challenging spot, actually, for these riders to come in and out of the water. It's going to be similar to what we had in Cape Verde. It's not like you're on a beach and you're just rocking out into the water ready to compete. You've got to go through that stony area. You know, wings can be ripped, foils can be bashed. It's a little bit of a shore break as well, especially at that higher tide. So it can be quite a challenge to get out. So these riders are definitely going to have to be wary of that. Be cautious when coming in, especially if they're wanting to change equipment, which is exactly what Luca Gasparini has just done. And you just saw his smaller wing there. You just thought, you know what, see you later. And he's got his, what might be the parents chasing it down the beach. And very challenging here for Luca just to get past some of this swell, some of this wave break at the moment. And still a little bit shallow. You can see standing up there about waist height. So that foil not quite at the right height just to jump on the board, but looks a little bit nicer now. He's going to want to get on that as quickly as possible, get to his feet and get out of this shore break here. And there you have it. He's up to his feet now. And that just shows you how windy it is. Just one pump of the wing and straight up on the foil. So we're just waiting for this green flag to rise, and Benjamin there with a huge front flip. But that will go down as a crash. And you can see jet ski on the right, so safety is in the water as well. Safety a big factor here. We want to make sure our riders out on the water are being well looked after if, and hopefully fingers crossed, nothing does go wrong. But Luca Gasparini there with the duotone gear. Benjamin Castagnol on your screen there, riding for Cabrina. And then Clement Hamon, who we haven't seen yet, he is riding for Gong. So should easily be able to tell which rider is which. As here, Benjamin just having a bit of fun with a radial there off the wave and straight back onto the wave. And there you see Clement Hamon just in the back there, the black and green wing for Gong. Who's it going to be that takes this number round 1? Important to know as well that no riders are eliminated straight away. So even if you do lose and come 3rd, you're not kicked out straight away. This is a dingle elimination. So if you finish number 1, then you bump yourself straight to round number 3. And then 2nd and 3rd will fight it out in round 2. And then from round 3, it is a knockout. And just showing it back to our last freestyle event in Lucat. On the women's side, we saw Bo van der Linden take the win. And then on the men, it was a joint victory, actually, between Mr. Javi Kaur and Alan Fedit. And there we have it now. I've just been informed that the one, the only, the green flag.
I'm sitting down here with Liam Dunkerbeck, who's already had a full week as he was competing out there in the windsurfing world.
Coming out of Denmark, Benjamin Kastenkold, with that red Cabrina wing. That must be a small wing there. He's pretty loaded. It's a good 35 knots out there. And scores now starting to drop a little bit. Soon as well, they should be up on your screen where we can hopefully have, you know, all the ins, all the outs, all the tasty factors, all the tasty features for you on the screen, so you can keep well and truly up to date with everything we see as well here in the live booth. Boom, just like that. It's like magic. Round 1, heat number 1, surf freestyle men. Scores still to drop, and there's the first one for Benjamin, a 5.95. What looked like a back loop with one hand there from Luca. Benjamin just going down. So this is the order. Ben goes first, then Luca, then Clement. 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting for our riders. Luca Gasparini there, not scoring for that one. That's a crash. And Clement still to get a score on the board. And you can see there, that looks like a 2-meter wing, a Mantis 2. Maybe I've got that wrong, but there he is. Current under-16 surf freestyle champion, recently crowned in La Palma. Clement Hamon going for a big backflip straight up, pretty much onto the foil. Nice opening maneuver there for him. Building with confidence off that last victory, where he snatched the win from Axel Gerard. And it was a super, super close final. There was less than a point difference in between those two in La Palma the other week. What a location that was as well for us to hold the youth. But now it's all focus on Gran Canaria, one of the windiest places in the world where we are at the moment, especially in that summertime. Pretty much guarantee yourself a 30-plus knot day anytime during the summer. And it's exactly what we've got now, because on your screen, Benjamin Kastenkold going for his second big front flip, but just going a little bit too over the front of the board. Looks like it will score. Doesn't look to be a crash, but definitely not bouncing back up onto the foil. One thing the judges will like about that move, though, is the height that the youngster was able to generate. But it's Clement Hamon with a 6.55 for that backflip attempt. Unfortunately for us here in the live booth, we're able to just see the scores come in that little bit quicker than you are. And that last move from Benjamin is looking quite nice. It's definitely going to be an increase on his second score. So it's going to keep him in first position. Clement has a nice backflip for an opener. The crash is for Luca, who's on your screen now, riding for Duotone. Riding the unit wing with the handles. It's interesting to see all this new equipment now is so, you know, just developed so much. You know, they've got booms, they've got handles, different sort of materials. Going for the one-handed backflip there, but just going down again. Nearly actually catching that foil in the wing there. Wouldn't have wanted that and had to come in and swap again. And now the Frenchman, Clement Hamon. There you can see that score of 6.83 dropping for that front loop for Benjamin. Clement, one of those riders that likes to do his maneuvers right foot forward, as you can see here. Really starting to gain some speed, gain some momentum now, eyeing up the kicker. What's he got for us? Are we going to see a backflip? Are we going to see a front flip? I reckon it's going to be one of the two. Maybe a cheeky combo. One thing we're definitely going to see some of our riders do is those combinations. Going for the back loop. Pretty much straight back on the foil. A little bit messy towards the end there, though. You can still trying to pump onto the foil. So definitely going to score, but it's going to be a score that he wants to add on. But, you know, 7 trick attempts for these riders. So none of them are too worried just yet. They've still got time to play out there, still got time to give it a go. Important as well, anyone tuning in from home, watching on the YouTube, watching on Facebook, do send us some love in the comments. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Anything you want to know from our riders, whether that's what kit they're using or anything about the conditions or anything from myself and Joe as well. We would love to get into the nitty-gritty stuff. Any questions you have, fire them our way. You know, whether that's about big air, about slalom, freestyle, please do just keep it coming. We are definitely looking at your comments coming in. So thank you for tuning in from wherever you are in the world. We're over here in Gran Canaria, the sunny, lovely, windy Gran Canaria. Let us know where you're watching from. Where are you tuning in? Are you over in Spain, in Tarifa? Are you in the UK? Or are you over quite far away in places like Australia or America? Where are you? Let us know, please. So a couple more scores now dropping. Clement with a 5.13. 2 crashes there for Luca, who's on your screen now. He's going to definitely be wanting to get a score on the board. It's important that these riders get some scores on the board. Just going for that front 360 there. It's going to score, but it's not going to be as, or maybe not now that he's let go of the wing. So just struggling out there a little bit with Luca. As Benjamin puts down a big, heavy 7.28 for that toe side backflip. So he is not here to mess around. Oh, here we go, Germany, Austria. Great to know where you're tuning in from, everyone. So there we have a combined score, 20.06 for the youngster, who's currently in first position. Clement in that second place with a total of 11.68. And just struggling, just at the start of this heat, is Mr. Luca Gasparini from Italy. So, like we said, 3 tricks now they've all had, but they still have 4 remaining because it's 7 trick attempts. And gaining some speed now is Clement Hamon, going for that backflip there. Not quite bouncing back onto that foil, but again, it's going to be his 3rd trick. It will score. It will be an increase on that 11.68.
Yeah, I tell you what, the youngster really is throwing down here at the moment, so it looks like he has a solid lead, but Luca Gasparini just not being able to get it together, and there we can see that very nice move there from Clement Hamon. It's incredible how the athletes just keep getting younger and younger, Liam.
Yeah, it's crazy, actually. It makes me feel old, and I'm only 27, which is really quite daunting, so it must be a little bit worse for you, Jay.
I'm not a day over 21. I don't know what you're trying to say, mate. But yeah, no, it is so good to see. And talking to a lot of the younger riders, a lot of them actually have a Spanish background, this little group that have come out here. They've been in Pozo for the last 2 weeks. And just being able to actually wing in this location, because Pozo Izquierdo is a pure windsurfing location, and a beautiful front roll there from Benjamin. So you can, as you can see, these boys are mixing it up, getting a little bit of replay. That's what I call commitment. Yeah, definitely. He went down a little bit at the end there. Actually, the first one he did in his heat was a lot bigger. So definitely one of the, wants to go a little bit higher, and he can because he's so light as well, Joe. That's the good thing these youth and young riders have. Their weight, when it's really windy like this, they're able to just go to the moon. But as we always say, and you especially, they've got to keep it together. They've got to play with the big boys. They definitely do. If they want to take the prize, if they want to get the extra kudos, they're going to have to go that extra mile. And with these kickers and with the wind speeds that we are going to be seeing throughout the week, have a little look at the forecast. It's calling that today's up to about 22 to 25 knots. Tomorrow is already calling 25 to 35, but having a look at the wind station there before, it looks like that wind is increasing, but a little bit of cloud has come in here, which is actually unusual for Pozo. When the cloud comes in, it sometimes means that it lowers the wind speeds a bit, but at the moment we can see a lot of the guys out there on 4 meters. Some of the guys also starting to rig up the smaller gear, but a location like this, you're pretty sure it's going to be damn windy. Yeah, and even if the forecast is windy, you might as well add on a good 5 to 10 knots because it's going to be super, super windy here, especially. It just kicks in. I mean, we rocked up this morning at, 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was like 35 knots, and normally that comes in a little bit later. But as you said, the cloud has come in the afternoon, which is not as frequent as maybe
what normally happens in a location like this. But when we say it's going to drop, it's still going to be a good solid 30 knots.
Oh, we aren't here for a haircut, and we are definitely cooking with gas, as they would say down under. And talking about cooking with gas, there we can see Clement Ramon making his way as he is just going to be going for his trick attempt number 4. Good move. All right, so Clement Ramon just waiting to see what score he's going to have for that last move. At the moment, let's not forget, he's got 3 counter moves. He's got a 6.55, a 5.13, and a 6.33, as we can see there in the green. And now we are going to be waiting as Benjamin Castentiod is going to be going for his trick attempt number 5, up and over. There it is, 720. Can he keep it together? Over rotated a bit. Nope, there he is going down. Lucky to actually still stay on his feet there.
Yeah, he did well to control that one. Actually popped out the board there, but a nice replay here showing him lining up that kicker. You can see exactly what he's lining up for. 1, 2. Just looks like the nose of the board there dived in. Maybe a little bit too much front foot pressure coming into that landing. Wasn't able to bounce back up onto the foil. But 720s a year ago, Joe, were the move to go for. And now we're seeing, I mean, last week in La Palma, I saw 1080s landed for the first time in competition.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, there were a couple of new moves. We said at the beginning of the stream, kind of 2 of the big new moves are the 14s.
Yeah.
And also the back roll with a 360 in as well, kind of like a BMX flare. So yeah, obviously mixing all the different sports together and starting to get a groove. Here we can go. Look like going for that one-handed back roll, but unfortunately going down there, and that's actually a body back roll because the wing stays in the same position and it's the body that is flipping around. So starting to get all the different things together, and you can see he's not looking too happy with himself there, Luca. But anyway, still round number 1, early days in the competition, kind of, you know, get those jitters out of the way, start to get on a roll, and as Mr. Angulo would say, just getting loosey-goosey out there.
Loosey-goosey. I mean, that's, you know, we always see these riders compete to their best level when they're out there, and they don't deal with, they ease up, they eat that pressure up. As Clement Ramon there, lovely little back loop there. Definitely putting it together here and taking it to Benjamin, those two with each other. They've probably been training out here because most of these, especially the youngsters here, or the younger ages, have come from La Palma, straight from La Palma over to us here in Gran Canaria. And as we see, Clement's last move. Scores now starting to come in. Nice little just 1-2 back up onto the foil there. That's one of the things the judges like to see. Once a move has finished, if those riders can just bump themselves back up onto the foil, it's going to score better.
So at the moment, how it stands, we can see Clement Ramon is in first position with a 24.44. We have Benjamin Castentiod with a 20.06, and then Luca Gasperini still not being able to get too many moves on. And here we have Benjamin going for that 720, over rotating once again, and you can see the foil coming out, so that is going to be a crash for him on his 6th attempt. Still has 1 attempt more to go. You can see kind of over rotated and just went around the wing, not quite coming around with his body, but still, you know, maybe we will see a buzzer beater. You do love a buzzer beater.
I milk a buzzer beater up. That's what we like to see. I mean, we've seen some big buzzer beaters in our time as well. We've been treated to some real nail-biting finishes, and you know, that's what we want to see. What gets us on the edge of our seats, out of our chairs, and jumping around in the booth like a couple of madmen. And now Luca on your screen, definitely with work to do. Hasn't quite linked it all together so far in this heat. But like you said, it's early days. These riders are getting out there. They're getting used to the conditions. Because the important thing as well, that these riders, that's better for Luca there. Little 360. Just linking it together, getting a score on the board. It's not going to compete with the likes of Benjamin and Clement, but it's going to build confidence.
Yeah, no, at least, you know, kind of It is important to, at least in the heat, get a couple of moves down. You know, round 2 is still there, and then we kind of moving over. The plan today is to make it all the way through to round number 3, but we will have to see if that is possible. As time-wise, probably going to be finishing around 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, and then we have the opening ceremony where we will see who are all the faces and the riders that we have out there. And talking about coming in with power and style, Clément Ramon there with another very nice front flip, trying to improve his lowest score out there is a 6.55, and his front flip from before was a 6.43. Let's see if he's going to be improving on that one. I reckon it's going to be very close, but comfortably in the lead at the moment. 25-point average, not bad at all.
Yeah, it's a tight top finish at the moment between the first and second position. And then there is your current heat leader in round 1, heat number 1 of the surf freestyle, out here in Gran Canaria. Let's just have a little look at some of the scores now starting to drop. You can see there Clément bumping his way actually now 32.51. That last trick with a 6.55 for that front flip. So now throwing the ball back into Benjamin's court as he is lining up for what is his last trick attempt by the looks of things. They have 7 trick attempts, these riders. So he's gone 1, 2. He went for the 1080 and he hasn't been able to stick that. So no 720s landed, and then went for the 1080. So he's pushing the boundaries, pushing the limits.
Yeah, it does. So just a little info. It does look like we have a little bit of a system error out on the screen at the moment, as only 3 moves are counting. So as it stands, I'll give you the info here. It does look like in first position is going to be Benjamin Castencio with a 20.06. Second position is going to be Clément Ramon with a 19.75. And the third position in Luca Gasperini. All right, so we're just fixing that, resetting the system. We do apologize, but we'll keep you updated on exactly what is happening. Now it is going to be the 7th and last move here for Luca Gasperini, as he is not going to be able to get any further than he is because his scores have been low throughout the whole heat. Then next up, so he is going for that body flip there, one-handed back flip, but yeah, not going to be able to get up. That's going to be another crash for him. And for the final move of the heat, there we have him. Clément Ramon is going to be coming your way.
I'm going to put my money on a front flip here. I reckon he wants to improve that front flip score. That's where my money's going. So let's see as he does the old switcheroo on that wave there. And now engages. He's one of those riders, like I mentioned, that likes to go right foot forward, likes to come back into the box here. Gaining speed, passing the buoy, zipping past the jet ski. Are we going to see a front flip? That's what I reckon, but let's have a little look as he's going with a lot of speed. Goes to what looks to maybe be a bit of a combo, actually. So I was most certainly wrong. Went for the backflip with a combo after, wasn't able to link it all together.
Yeah, trying to make it happen there, but not quite getting it. Beautifully extended vertical backflip, but yet he was definitely going to try and pop into a combo. Let's not forget they can also count 2 combos if they have it. So that is going to be the end of heat number 1, round number 1. And now let's have a little look at the best highlights of that heat. All right, so there we saw the best highlights of that last heat. The boys throwing down. Let's see who is coming up next in heat number 2. All right, so Liam Dunkerbeck coming out of Spain, Benjamin May from Germany, and that is Julien Boyer coming out of France. And I tell you what, earlier on this morning, we caught up with Liam Dunkerbeck as this is his home spot. Let's see what he had to say. Liam, how is it? Because obviously this is your home spot.
Yeah, it's a really windy place. I love it to jump high. Doesn't matter if it's with the wingfoil or with the windsurf. Mostly I'm doing windsurfing here in Pozo because of course it's the home of windsurfing. But yeah, also jumping with the wing in high, I like it a lot.
So obviously you are one of the local favorites. You must be nice to have friends and family behind. Also your dad here, very involved, the local organizer for the competition. Does that give you positive pressure or a little bit of an extra punch?
No, I actually like the pressure then. For me, it's all right. I like to play at home and I like to have pressure. That's not an issue for me.
So this location, we know that it is probably the most famous windsurfing location in the world, and the first time that we come here with the wingfoiling. Tell me a little bit about the setup. What are, where are the sweet spots? How do you kind of go into there? You obviously knowing this place like the back of your hand. Where do you kind of play without giving all those secret details away, of course?
Oh yeah, up here in the rock, like on the really left side of the beach, we have like a good wave that runs like a bit down the line. Then in the middle of the bay, there's like a sandbank where I usually wing, because it's sand and I prefer to hit sand and rocks in case I hit the foil. And it's like a bit more hollow kicker, and with the wing you can accelerate on the beach really easy. And then we got like the main jumping windsurfing place that is down in the bunker. There's windier and better waves to jump high, but it's pretty shallow. Then there's mainly the windsurfing place.
Well, I'm going to leave it to you. Looks like you're sharpening a knife and getting everything ready. Good luck today, as it looks like we're going to be going into surf freestyle. Bye-bye. Good luck, Liam. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back. Great little insight there, Joe, when you're able to get and have a little chat with Liam. And he is one of those riders that knows this spot like the back of his hand. Very, very talented windsurfer, and he's going to be treating us to some of his wingfoiling talents as well. And at the moment, we have the next bunch of riders that will be on the water. You can see they're all just starting to get it together. And the likes of Mr. Liam Dunkerbeck is going to be in this heat, along with Benjamin May from Germany and Julien Boyer from France.
All right, well, there we can see Benjamin May out there on the north, coming out of Germany. He's going to be making his way out as it is going to be his turn. A 5.95 for that last move there from Liam Dunkerbeck. Pretty good score to start off. That's why I called a nice opener.
Yeah, very nice opener indeed, just under the 6. And we can see there, that's a big crash.
All right, Julien Boyer. Looks like we had a little bit of a mix-up of the riders there. So unfortunately, wearing the same lycra. So Julien Boyer, here we have him with the RRD. It's going to be his trick attempt number 1. Let's see what he has. A very talented surf freestyle. I mean, this guy's on podiums left, right, and center, isn't he, Liam?
He is very much so, and he's got a brother that does pretty much exactly the same. Big backflip there, but it looks like a little, went for what might be a little rotation at the end, but nope, straight back onto the foil. And there we have Liam Dunkerbeck, and we get to see that replay now. And just popping back up onto the foil slightly. But there he is, the local lad, Liam, riding with the air rush gear and the starboard. What's he got for us, Joe? He opened up quite nicely with a 5.95. Is he going to back that up?
All right, let's see. I mean, he knows this place very, very well. Okay, nice kicker up and over front loop. Talk about tail to tail, up and over, head over heels, and really nice and back up on the foil. Judges are definitely going to be liking that one.
Yeah, I love the way how he goes up here. It all looks slow, 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 and then just whips round right at the end. board hits the water, but bang, straight up onto the foil. And like as you mentioned, that's going to be something that's going to be quite nice when the scores do come in. Benjamin May now on your screen. Big crash to start off with, so looking to do better on his second trick attempt.
Yep, all right, let's see. Up and over, back, flip. Yep, up on the foil, so nice to getting the cobwebs away, as this is the first time in the water for him. Good move. Interesting, he has all three of these guys have already starting to throw down, but Liam Dunkerbeck at the moment has the upper hand. Julien Boyer is going to be coming our way for his trick attempt number 2. Let's not forget, they have 7 trick attempts. The top 3 moves are the ones that are going to count. We're looking for style, travel, ease, flair, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, as we've been saying throughout the whole year. What is going to be his trick attempt number 2?
Well, let's find out right now, because he's loading up, going left foot forwards, looking to get a lot of speed, trying to make use of the swell and the waves. As he does, goes for that front flip. Can he hold it together? It's definitely not. Yep, he will, but it's not straight back onto the foil, and that's going to be reflected in his score, as you can see. Whips around here.
Yeah, but look at the height, getting probably one of the highest ones we've seen, and having a little eye of the judges' score, really liking, getting an extra bit of umph, extra bit of push. And okay, Liam Dunkerbeck with a big rally, but unfortunately coming down on that one, and a 7.30 there for Julien Boyer. So that was a very nice move from Julien with that front flip. And there we can see Liam Dunkerbeck. Just looks like the board went a little bit out of control, not being able to keep it together. Trick attempt number 3 here for Benjamin May.
Crazy to think that this is sort of level we're seeing in round 1. Benjamin May going for the front flip as well, just going over the front of the board there, over-rotating, and definitely not getting the same amount of height that we saw in Julian's front flip. So that's going to be one that he wants to improve on. As you can see, keeps it together, just definitely goes over the front of the board, but not able to link it, you know, all as one trick. And back on the screen now, Julien Boyer riding for RRD, looking to get another big, hefty third score now on the scoreboard, because at the moment, looking at the scores, he is the current heat leader with a 13.67. And 7 trick attempts, like you said, Joe, 3 of which are counting. And here he goes for his third.
Yeah, let's see what Julien has. A very, very talented surf freestyler. We saw him there starting off a 6.37 and a 7.30. All right, starting to get some air time. Because let's not forget also, throughout the whole competition, we are going to be seeing the guys trying to get those top scores, as we have also the Red Bull Rockets involved, where they're going to be recording what is the highest jump of the competition. A nice fat old €1,000 check for the person who gets that highest jump. And now there we can see Liam Dunkerbeck looking back to the shore, because the way they know it's their turns is we have the different color flags. So Liam is going to be on the blue flag, as he has that blue lycra, meaning he is going to be going out first. Your current second place so far, as he is just under Julien by the skin of his teeth, but now going for that move number 4. And I tell you what, it looks like he's got some speed and determination coming our way.
Yeah, he's zipping around, just going for that massive rally again, though. Nicely kept together there. It looked like that board and wing sort of were not working simultaneously there, but he managed to keep it together. As we watch the replay here, lines up a kicker, loads, big pop off the lip of that wave, really extends that board behind him, lifts that foil up, manages to just keep it all together, showing good control as well. And that's key when the conditions are like this. You just look at those white caps further out. You know, there is wind out there, and it is super windy. Benjamin May now on your screen, fully loaded up, going over that big kick, a big front flip again, but that's going to be, keeps it together, but not what Julien was doing beforehand either.
All right, so another nice move there from Julien Boyer. Tell you what, this boy is on a roll, but it is a battle in between him and Leon Dunkerbeck. Keeping his body together, getting really nice and compact, flowing through. But I'm going to say I think the one there from Liam was a little nicer.
Yeah, it also just looks as well, Jam. These riders, you know, they're landing nice tricks. Liam there, I think that's going to be a crash. They're landing the tricks, but it looks like they're also really trying to get used to the conditions here. Some of the takeoffs, they're catching an edge. They're not like super clean takeoffs you saw before as well in a couple of the heats, like Luke Gasparini, not quite able to keep it all together. Benjamin May had a big crash here. Julian as well has caught the lip at the wrong moment a couple of times. I'm sure they'll iron out those cobwebs, but at the moment, just getting used to the conditions out there.
Yeah, toe side air free there for him on the inside. That's actually one of the first guys we've seen jumping this way. Obviously, you know, they can use both ways, but on the way out, you know, on that port tack, they are really being able to use those kickers. Those are the ones that are getting them to that extra height. Let's not forget the judges, they do want to see some height, so they do want to see you get in the flare, and it looks like now Julien is getting himself ready for trick attempt number 5.
And still on your screen there, Julien, making his way out, left foot forward, likes to do his maneuvers and his tricks going that way. But now just turning around again. So be interesting to see what these riders now have up their sleeves, because Julien Boyer is on number 5 trick attempt, and then all these riders will have another 2 with the top 3 counting. You can see there are a couple of windsurfers going out. Very windsurf orientated location, isn't it, here, Joe, in Pozo?
It certainly is. I mean, you cannot kite in Pozo Izquierdo. You are not allowed to kite in Pozo Izquierdo, and now with the wingfoiling, it's the first time that we've been able to be here. So, like I said at the beginning of the stream, an absolute privilege, and, you know, thank you to local authorities and to the local organizer, Bjorn Dunkerbeck. But, I mean, if anybody can get us to be here in Pozo, it is Bjorn Dunkerbeck, because he has ridden this location for 25 years in a row. He said before, since 1986, riding in the windsurfing competition. He has been world champion more than 40 times, and there you can see sending it, but going down with the fishes, Julien Boyer. Nice move. Now the boys, you can start to see them getting loose. They've been in the water for a few days. They're starting to get used to the conditions. I reckon we're going to be seeing some big moves throughout the next few days.
For sure. I mean, that is... Oh, there you go, Liam just going down. That's just referring back to what I was saying. These riders getting used to the conditions with the swell and the waves and the wind. It's challenging stuff out there, you know. As good as they are, we like to throw them in the deep end here, and we like to challenge them going to, you know, places like Gran Canaria, places like Cape Verde, you know, where the waves, the wind, it's all a bit of a challenge. But we're currently in round number 1, heat number 2, surf freestyle of the men at the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. It is another event. It's the 3rd event of the year for Surf Freestyle. We started the year off in New Zealand, then we went over to the Locat, and now we're over in Gran Canaria and then on the Wave Tour, because you also have to remember that we have a Wave World Cup as well, and we went into Cape Verde, and then very shortly coming up next in just a few weeks' time, we'll be going over to the lovely, the one and only Rio de Janeiro. And that will be our next wave stop, as Benjamin May there getting fully locked and loaded with freestyle. Big front flip straight back onto the foil. Impressive stuff there from the German. As you can see there, I love when these riders go for that front flip. They sort of like look slow-mo at the start, and then as soon as that foil is at 12 o'clock, it really, really does whip round, you know, catches them, and then they're straight back up. And it's very, very impressive. But it's crazy to think that, you know, these back flips and front flips, it's bread and butter now for these top guys. And I do think, I'm going to say it, I do think we're going to see a 14 done by one of the riders. But I don't think we're going to see that sort of action until the latter stages of the surf freestyle. Right now on your screen, Julien Boyer going again for that front flip, traveling quite far downwind there, and maybe not getting the same height as he previously has in some of his moves. I'm just looking now at the scores. It's very, very close. Benjamin May actually leading this one with an 18.33. As that front loop was a 7.73 on that last maneuver. Julien Boyer's score coming in now doesn't look like it's going to be much of an improvement. But there we have Liam Dunkerbeck on a 15.08. So he's currently actually in 3rd position at the moment. I know Benjamin May's scores does say 24.96, but that is a slight little mistake there. He's actually on 18.33. And again, going for that backflip there. Straight back on the foil. Let's see if he has a backflip. He does. He has a 6.27 backflip, which was his second. Oh, sorry. He has a 5.95 backflip, which was his first trick attempt of the whole heat. I do think that that's going to be an increase on that, which is going to help bump his score up. Don't know if it's going to get him into first position, but it should definitely bump him up into second place, which means the pressure is going to be back onto Julian. Benjamin May here going for his last trick attempt. Does the old switch around. You can see there, foot straps on the board, locks in the wing, fully loaded with power. Looks like a nice little rolling wave here coming up, going for the back flip. Combo into a front 360, nicely done from there from Benjamin May. First combo we've seen landed here in Gran Canaria. Let's watch that one back on replay. Goes for the back flip, uses that wave just behind that one for a little front side 360. We've seen cleaner combos, but that is a combo that will definitely score well. It's looking nice for the judges. That's going to help increase his score and keep him in the lead. And last up now, Julien Boyer. Let's see what he has on his last trick attempt. So Julien Boyer here, just going for a frontside 360. That's going to be a crash. And there you can see just getting caught up a little bit in the shore there. But looking at the scoreboards, that is it now. So that is the end of the heat, round number 2 in heat number 1. So that is the end. And we're now going to have a little look at a recap from that last heat, as we're shortly going to be moving on to the next heat.
All right, well, there we saw a very interesting heat. We're coming out with the winner, Benjamin May, with a total of 21.40. And coming up next, we are going to be seeing Chucho Nunot is going to go up against Harbasser and Jerome Cloetens, as they are getting ready. Those are the boys. So Lasse Harbasser, Chucho Nunot, and Jerome Cloetens. And we were actually able to hang out and catch up with Jerome earlier this morning. Let's see what he had to say about Pozo. Our standard down here in Pozo, Jerome Cloetens, welcome to Gran Canaria. Pretty windy, mate.
It is super windy, yeah, definitely that. Didn't expect it to be so strong, and yeah, I think we're gonna go big.
Well, we've already seen the qualifiers for the big air, and now we're going to be getting into the surf freestyle. I know you're about to get out to your heat. How are you feeling? Any new moves? Any new surprises?
Yeah, I think everyone's got new moves, so definitely keen to put out the new ones that I've been working on. And yeah, the cool thing is, since I come from Tarifa, I'm quite used to this 45 knots, but super excited. I think like it's going to be the best action we've ever seen so far.
Well, it is Beck's action so far coming your way.
So we're back, and great always to chat to the riders. You know, that's one thing that both myself and Joe were doing this morning, you know, whipping around and having a little word with all of these riders, because they've all got something valuable to say. We like to find the ins and the outs, and you know, what makes each of them tick, what they're training for, what maybe we might see during those heats. So nice to get some words from Jerome, and also Jerome, a very, very big ambassador when it comes to, you know, keeping the planet safe and, you know, all of that sort of stuff. So he's going to be shortly up in this heat, because he's going to be up against Lasse and Chucho Nunot. You know, every rider, it's pretty crazy, every rider has a level which is super, super high. As you can see there, the first score just dropping there for Lasse Harbeck, a 6.93. And Chucho Nonot also will shortly be doing his first trick. Here he is on the North Nova wing. You can't miss that wing from a mile off. You can see that thing from space, it's so yellow. Chucho Nonot there on your screen. So conditions well and truly firing. Just look at the white caps out there on the water, as Lasse has 2 scores on the board now. And it's looking like it's going to be Chucho who's going to be up next. So we're looking for that yellow north wing on the water. And there you can see one of the riders going right foot forwards. Plenty of speed. And that's Chucho there, which looked to be a back end of what was a back flip.
All right, so Jerome Cloten's at the moment a 6.43 for that first backflip. Let's see what he's going to be having for his move number 2. We are in the second attempt out of 7. Top 4 moves are the ones that are going to count. So it looks like he's going switch stance here as he makes his way out. He has a very nice switch backflip, and here it is. Switch sides, backflip for Jerome Cloten's. Nice, calm, cool, and collected. Judges are going to be liking that one. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, Jerome here. Brilliant toe side backflip there. Really made a name for himself when it comes to that move, and throws the ball back into Chucho's court here, as you can see, right foot forward. Interesting Got one of the more jazzy helmets when it comes to out there on the water. Joe, would you rock a leopard print helmet out there?
I'm more tiger skin, mate.
Yeah, you're more tiger, are you?
Yeah, Chucho Nunot representing the Netherlands. He is a very talented rider out there on the North Gear as he is starting to get ready to go. Currently in second position in this heat. He's going to be going for his trick attempt number 3. Let's see what he has for us here. Turning around as we're waiting for the score from Lasse to be dropped in, as he is currently your leader and now waiting for that move to happen. All right, Lasse looking like he's going for that front roll, front flip there. Not quite getting the clean landing. All right, so we're waiting for Chucho as it looks like they're taking a little bit more time in the turns. So Chucho Nunot is going to be coming up next. All right, Chucho.
Look at that wing as well, Joe. 2.9 is what the size. So we just go to that front side 360 there.
Oh, okay. So tack front 360 there from Chucho Nunot. I think that's going to be the first time we've ever seen that in competition. So he's probably going to get that multiplying factor there for the innovation. So good move there for Chucho. Next up, Jerome Clertans, who's going to be on the white duotone. All right, Jerome all the way out the back. There you can see him with the yellow helmet. And maybe, looks like he's maybe thinking of doing a move coming towards us. We do like to see the white in their eyes, don't we, Liam?
Yeah, we do. We like, we do. I guess we do, don't we? Coming in now, right foot forward. He also looks to be riding what looks to be the slick with the boom. So, and again, we see numerous different materials and different designs of wings as Chucho's replay there with that front side 3 off the tack, as you mentioned, Joe. But now Jerome switching that wing to reverse. So what are we going to see here?
All right, so there we can. So he's going tail edge first. Okay, tail edge first, backflip, just going down in the end there. So not being able to keep that one together. Also one of the new moves out there. We are going to be seeing new moves, but you can see going that wing backwards. So that tail first and going up and over. Just unfortunately not quite getting the landing. So that is looking like it will be a crash for him. And now let's see Lasse as this is his trick attempt number 4. All right, so Lasse speeding it up, tail first as well. Oh, he's got a kicker as well. Up and over. Oh, looked like he was going for it, but just unfortunately coming down with the crash. But it looks like both of these probably saw what Jerome was going and said, you know what, I'm going to give that a try.
Yeah, just didn't get really the height here off the wave in order to get all the way around and back up onto the foil. It was all pretty, you know, real tight knit there. So if he doesn't go for that again, he's definitely want to try and get a little bit more height and a little bit more of a, you know, a nicer kicker. But here we have Chucho off the back of what was quite a nice opening maneuver. Here he is, small wing, 2.9, so there's plenty of wind out there as he goes for a big backflip with a front side 3 combo. Does he manage to land it? Unfortunately, no, so that will go down as a crash. It's important to realize for everyone watching at home that if they go for a combo and they land the first trick, like what Chucho does here, and then goes into the front side 360, the whole trick is a crash. The judges will not count that backflip to begin. Right? If they go for a combo, the whole combo has to be complete. And without a complete combo, it will not score, regardless how good the first part of the trick was. So, Chucho down there with a crash. Jerome here going trailing edge first once again. I think he's going to want to improve on that last maneuver that he had, where he went for a very similar approach. And you can see now engaging, plenty of power, straight back on the foil. That was a nice move there. And we're just going to check out some of the comments So 7 trick attempts, 3 of which will be counting. Keep firing your questions our way. I'm just having a little look at the comments, some coming through here from the likes of Raza, from the likes of Celtia, from the likes of Josh White in the UK, nursing a right foot break. Ouch, doesn't sound very nice, Josh. I hope that gets better. I'm glad you're enjoying the live stream as well. Got a great setup down here in Gran Canaria, and even better action coming your way. As right on your screen now, running for slingshot is Lasse, going for that big front flip. Lands it, tries a combo a little bit late, and that's the other thing about combos, everyone. They can't do that second trick too late after the first. That's going to be questionable for the judges. I'd like to see if they're actually going to score that, because you can see he lands and he doesn't go straight into that combo. It's quite a few seconds delay, so let's see if that one will score. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I'm not a judge, that's why I'm in the booth. But Chucho now on your screen. What are we going to see from this rider as he does a quick turnaround? So he's going to decide to go left foot forward. Gaining now a little bit of speed, as that tide now continues to push in. Goes to the back flip with a frontside 3 combo. Nicely done there from Chucho. Definitely not, you know, massive height, but very well put together in a tight time. As you can see there, it goes down, pops straight into that frontside 3. Cool, calm, and collective there from Dutchman. So all their tricks now, they are currently on their 5th trick attempt, Jerome number 5, and then it's going to be 2 trick attempts remaining for all of our riders. We are currently in heat number 3 of round number 1. Gran Canaria Surf-Freestyle is the name of the game. It is the 3rd surf-freestyle stop of the year. And boy, oh boy, has it started well. Every rider pushing the limits, and we're seeing some nice combos come our way.
Yeah, no, it is great to see how they're mixing it up. I mean, just look at the colors. The sun is coming out now. The kind of that mist that was around is stopped. All right, one-handed. Looks like even a grab body backflip there, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully we'll be able to see a replay of that last move. That will be trick number 5 for Jerome Clotens. So coming up now is going to be Lasse. That's not Lasse. I don't think that one is Lasse, so... All right, so cameraman just getting a little bit up and down there as we can see other riders going into the water. All right, going toe side on his way in. Okay, toe side. Going for that toe side 3, but just coming down a little bit too off axis there. That is going to be a crash for him. Next up, Chucho Nonot on the yellow north.
Yeah, and a little replay here. You can see just going down, a lot of weight going backwards there, not able to stay on the board. Big crash there. Not going to score a single point there, but Chucho now going for his 6th trick attempt. As you can see, not quite engaged yet. Now sort of sheets that backhand in a little bit. You can see that wing fully loaded with power, going for the 720, and that's a crash there for Chucho as well. So 2 crashes now for both our riders. When it comes to trick number 6, let's see what Jerome can do after that quite tasty last move, which scored a 6.67. Chucho there on a crash. So, I mean, who's first, who's second, who's third? Joe, how are we looking?
Well, it looks like at the moment we have Jerome Clotens is going to be in first position with a 21.74. Second position is going to be Chucho Nonot with that 19.15. And in third position is going to be Lasse Harvasek in with a 13.66. All right, so Jerome Clotens on his 6th trick. Oh, switch stance. Did he grab it? Yes, he did.
Nice.
Beautiful switch body backflip and getting the grab there on the nose. Loving what I see del Torito. Now we're talking.
I mean, we spoke. I mean, you spoke to him in the beginning here, and he said he was going to do some new tricks. And just look at that there. I mean, great style, puts it all together, showing a nice bit of flow. He's definitely got some tricks up his sleeve, Joe.
You know, they don't call him the ball with Torito for no reason. And throwing down there, getting the grab. He has a very big freestyle kite surfing background as well, was on the World Tour, getting some of the top 10 results. And you can see Spatial awareness, up and in, and literally just grabbing there on the nose of that board. Very nice flip. So now Lasse needs to up his game if he wants to have a chance of trying to get through this heat in the top positions. He's definitely got some speed. What's it going to be? Up and over, front flip. Oh, looks like he was maybe going to go for a combo there because he did land that, but was maybe trying to get that front side free.
Yeah, he tried it on his last trick as well. You could see he wanted to try and engage it and goes to that front flip there and tries to get the pop to go into the 360. You can see he tried to get the nose of the board round, but just didn't get the pop, didn't get the clean landing that he needed to perform that maneuver. So that's Lasse's 7th trick attempt. These riders now just have the one left. So Chucho for his last trick. Can't miss him with the leopard and the yellow, can you?
No, you can definitely stand out in a crowd. Going for the twig, 720, but coming down hard. Meaning that, by the looks of it, it is going to be official. Jerome Clotense is going to take the win in this heat, and he is going to now go for his final move, as it's going to be trick attempt number 7. All right, so Jerome, is it going to be a right foot forward, or is it going to be left foot forward? Looks like he's gaining speed coming towards us. I reckon he's going to be going for a move. Yep, up and over, backflip, combo into that front side free. But going down, that's going to be a crash, but still did enough to take the win. Jerome Clotense is going to go through in first position in that heat. All right, some great moves there from the boys in that last heat where we saw Jerome Clotense going through in first position. And before we go into the next heat, we caught up with Camille and Julien Boyer saying what it was like out there.
The wind is pumping. I'm down here with the Boyer brothers. Big air is the name of the game as well in this competition. You must be super excited for that discipline.
Yeah, we are super excited to be here, especially because it's a super famous spot. So we are ready to send it and some big airs. Yeah.
Who's going to go bigger out of the two of you?
I don't know. Let's see. Huh?
And you're just setting up your kit at the moment. When it's this strong and maybe going to get to 40 knots, what goes through your mind when you choose your kit?
Yeah, we try to put a bigger wing than in freestyle, and we put a super small front wing, like in a free fly for racing. So we try to put something super strong and super fast to go super high. Is
it the same for both of you?
Yeah, same.
Well, that's the best thing about being brothers. You travel together, you compete together. Best of luck for the competition. Can't wait to see you send it. Let's see what they've got on the water. And welcome back. Here we go. Beautiful setting. Just look at that amazing location. And those are our riders. So who have we got? Let's talk you through it. We've got Marlino Gil from Spain. Actually, a very, very talented windsurfer was here for the PWA event last week. Fabian Mulmentala from Switzerland, riding for North. And then we have Julio Gasparini from Italy. Round number 1, heat number 4, men surf freestyle at the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Gran Canaria. And we have a big, big lineup. I mean, all 28 riders we have in the men's surf freestyle heat and ladder are big, big heavy hitters, big, big names. And it's going to be Marino Gil who's going to be up first. I'm just going to have a little look at who is who, because sometimes it can be quite hard to identify the riders out there. Some of them ride very similar kit. Some of them we actually haven't seen compete before. We haven't seen Marino compete on the GWA, so this is his first event with us. I mean, what an event to make it happen as well. So Marino, that is Marino there on the KT. So there he is on your screen, Marino Gil. And it looks like he has done his first trick, which we just missed there. But next up, it's going to be Fabian. He is riding for North. So all eyes on Fabian now, the North rider. And there he is, Fabian there. Riding 2.9, going for a big back loop there. Keeps it together, pumps back up, lovely. And we're going to see that replay now. One thing that Fabian gets here is amazing height. That's great height, and something the judges are going to like to see. It's not going to be the biggest score in the world, but it's going to score, and it's going to be one of those. Okay, so next up we're going to have Julio Gasparini. There he is, Julio just coming out of what looked to be a frontside 360. And perfect, there we have the new riders, the new scores just coming in. A couple of low ones to begin with this heat as the baton gets passed to Marino here, who's going for his second trick attempt. Just riding a little bit of swell there as he makes his way back in towards the box. And there we have Fabian. But it's Marino who's going to be up next. So that KT wing, let's get that on the screen. And there he is, Marino there on your screen, locked and loaded now, getting a nice bit of height with that frontside 360. Lands it, not so clean, it's not going to be a high, big score. We see there, little tweak at the top, goes round. A little bit of a messy landing, which is why he didn't bounce straight back up onto the foil, but here he is now, going for his second trick attempt. Fabian. Plenty of speed going in, going for the back loop. Is he going to combo it? No, he's not. He looked like he had a nice pop there to combo. You can see the smile on his face as he's able to keep that one together. Foil nearly just breaching out of the water there. Let's watch that one on a replay. And just watch this landing. Scoots back up and foil comes completely out of the water, but keeps it together, showing that skill and a nice little bit of control. In conditions like this, when it is a little bit challenging and the wind is super strong, you know, very easily can it all go a little bit wrong.
Yeah, definitely holding on for this, you know, for his life on that one. Just managed to keep it together there. Fabian Mumenthaler coming out of Switzerland, North rider, hanging out and coming from my hometown, Tarifa. And now Giulio Gasparini, as we are waiting for him to be making his way into the heat.
No. Okay, Marino Gil. So now we go back to Fabian, which is the red north wing. There we go, perfect. Fabian on your screen now, going for his third trick attempt. Lining up, coming in with speed, likes to go right foot forward, as we can see all of his tricks have been coming in back towards the box. Going for a front flip, very tight and compact there, but still manages to land it. You can see just very tight knit there. Definitely will score. It's not going to be a big score. We haven't seen any major big scores just yet. But now we have Julio Gasparini on your screen. So let's see what he has. He is chasing. Big front flip. Down. Pumps the wing. Is he able to get back on the foil? Yes, he is. So that's going to be a nice trick that will score. We see that one on a replay. Gets a nice wave. Nice takeoff as well. Nice amount of height. Comes down. Riding one of the end swings with the boom as well. And goes back to Marino Gil.
All right, Marino Gil, who came second in the PWA Wave contest over here in Pozo last week. He was one of the big surprises, and this guy was going balls to the wall, Liam.
Yeah, and it's great to see him compete here now for the GWA. He's keeping himself busy. And at the moment, let's see how he's doing. He's got a total of 5.20, so currently in third position. And in first position is this guy on your screen here, Fabian, who once again is going right foot forward. Riding the 2.9 Nova, okay, so small kit out there. He's plenty of speed coming into this one. Tweaks it out, goes for a 720, was that, Joe? I don't think he got round for the third, but either way, it's going to be a crash.
Yeah, it looked like going for that 720, as you said, but over-rotating. Get a little bit too excited. Nice tweak out at the beginning. There's one, there's two, and you can see just that wing not quite getting underneath him, but, you know, small wings, under 3 meter wings out there on the water. And now here we can see Julio Gasparini, the Ensis rider, is going to be making his way back out. Oh, off of the kicker. Can he hold that one together? Oh, that is such a shame, because that was very nice using the ramp. And you can see how he got absolutely launched, hitting that right in the sweet spot. Going round, that's one, that's two. Off axis, front side, 7. They're just missing out on the landing, but that is what I talk about, just going for it. And now let's see Marino Gil from Spain, what the youngster has for us, because he has already had an amazing week on the windsurfing side.
Yeah, he's spent plenty of time in the water here. That's going to be a crash there. Not quite sure what he was going for there. Didn't get the pop that he needed to execute that maneuver. But as you mentioned, he's been here for the last sort of just over a week. So he knows what the conditions do. He knows this spot very, very well. But it looks like in this heat, I have to say, Joe, it looks like Julio Gasparini is picking and choosing the right way to take up on.
He is. I mean, he has a big windsurfing background as well. And now Fabi's still currently in the lead. Important moment here for him, because he needs to put the hammer down if he wants to be sure that he's going to get past Gasparini. Back loop, but gets caught up on the landing. So that's going to be a crash for Fabi. So now opportunity here for Gasparini, because he has only 2 tricks scoring. So he still needs another move, and he is almost right next to the score there of Fabi. So Gasparini, is he going to play it safe, get another family, and just get one landed to apply the pressure? Or is he going to go full beans? Looks like we're going to be finding out very soon, because he's looking for a ramp. Okay, 720. But goes down there on that one. And I wonder if they're going to say something about that, because that windsurfer was smack in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, we can't take it away from the windsurfers. You know, they know they are, you know, want to enjoy this spot as well. But at the end of the day, we've got the comp running, and I wonder if that was sort of in the corner of Julio's eye there, because actually that second kicker looked a little bit nicer, and I think he would have come in with a little bit more speed, which would have helped the overall move. But maybe seeing the windsurf, he thought, damn, I've got to go now. Yeah,
we're going to get the info in for that one. I wonder if there is going to be a protest, or if that's going to be taken into account. So there, Marino Gil looking to go for his trick attempt number 6. I'm not sure if he made the move there or not. All right, gaining speed, pushing away. This guy knows this place very well. Up and away, going for a nice lofty rayleigh, keeping it down there on the landing. Going to be getting some height on that one. Now let's see Fabian Mumenthaler, trick attempt number 6. he definitely wants to get this one under his belt because he has 3 scoring tricks, but the second and third trick are quite low scores with a mid-3 and a low 2. All right, Fabi just going for a single Rayleigh there. Let's see what he has. He has a backflip, a back loop, a backflip, and a front flip. So I reckon if he was maybe going to be trying to go for a combo there, but got caught out. So probably that is definitely not going to be the move he was waiting for, giving this man here, Giulio Gasparini, yet another chance to go for that first place.
Yeah, and he's had, he knows which way to choose, Giulio, and I think he's lining this one up as well. Goes for the 720. Doesn't manage to stick it though.
Yeah, over rotates again.
Looks like he rushes it a bit.
It does, exactly.
Yeah.
I was literally just going to say that, Liam. You can see he kind of turned round, went for the first kicker, went over, pushing it a bit too far and going over onto a crash. So final move, as it stands, we have Fabio Mumentale, first position. Second position, we have Giulio Gasparini, and third position, this man here, Manuel Gil, who came second in the PWA Wingsurfing World Tour event here last week. All right, also going for a 720 there, but just not quite getting a landing. So that is going to be the final move for here. All right, so Fabio Mumentale, he is going to want to apply some pressure. What's it going to be? I reckon we're going to see a combo attempt.
Oh, you're calling a combo. Let's see, you've got a nice little kicker here lining up. Decides against it. Maybe there's something that we don't see, as he's coming in with plenty of speed, but absolutely no height at all there, so not able to keep that together. Just didn't get any sort of pop.
Nope, that's going to be a crash. Going for that front roll, but just not getting the height that he needed, so that is going to be a no-go. All right, Giulio Gasparini has a third opportunity. He's been able to hit this twice. Okay, going for a toe side 3. I reckon that's an intelligent move, because just waiting for scores from the judges, as he only has 2 scores to his name and just one for the show and for the public. That's what we're talking. I think that Giulio Gasparini, waiting for confirmation, might be going into first place, but we will find that right out after the recap. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with the men's surf freestyle here for day number 1 of the Pozo Izquierdo GWA Wingfoil World Tour event. The very first time down here in Gran Canaria, in the home of winds. And now we're moving on to round number 2. Let's have a little look and see who are going to be coming out into the water. We have a French standoff on the left, Julien Boyer, And on the right, we have Clément Ramon. Those are the two guys that are going to be battling it out. Now, as we are on a two-man format, we have 8 minutes with a 2-minute transition for each rider. All right, Julien Boyer going up into the sky there with that beautiful backflip, but just coming down a little bit too hard, so that's going to be a crash for him. Clément Ramon answering back with a backflip. Now, what is happening out there? We have both of these riders are going to be throwing down for 8 minutes. So we are not going to be on turns, as it is mano versus mano. So on the water, Julien Boyer with the RRD. And out there on the gong, we will have Clément Ramon with the green wing. Let's go. So Ramon again a 6.53 for that last backflip. So he is currently in the lead. All right, Clément, is he going to be jumping towards us? Looks like he is, gaining some speed. Going for that second trick attempt. What is it going to be? Oh, getting caught up. Only going to be a little bit of a pop. Not what he was looking for. And now, Julien going to be making his way out. So they have 8 minutes to perform their moves, as we are just about 1.5 minutes in. And let's see who is going to be making their way through to round number 3. Okay, beautiful backflip with a grab, a body flip there from Clément Ramon. Nice, very nice move there from him. See if we can get a little replay of that last one. Yes, we can. Up and over grabs, you can see a little bit of a tap coming in nice and clean. Great move there from Clément. Okay, front flip. Perfectly landing there from Julien Boyer. That is going to be a very nice move. Now we're talking pound for pound, move for move, punch for punch down here in Pozo Izquierdo. Clément Ramon. Right foot forwards, but before we're going to have a little look at the replay here. Front flip, head over heels for the RRD rider, Julien Boyer. A little bit of a transition move there on the inside, but going down. Julien, unfortunately, as we are just coming up on 3.5 minutes out of the 8 of this heat. And another nice move there for the Frenchman. Let's see and wait at what we have here from Clément. Is he going to be going for something? Looks like he's speeding up. Up and over. Oh, lofty and sweet. Back roll there from him. Let's have a look at that replay. Look, keeps it together all the way around and then whips the wing at the very end. Adding nice amount of style there on that front side free. So just keeping it not quite going vertical to go into that back roll category. And Julien there unfortunately going down. So as it stands, we have Clément Ramon with that last back loop, excuse me, of a 6.35, 19.43. And Julien Boyer at the moment in the lead with a 17.69. So very, very close in between them. But Julien just has a slightly better score with that last front flip of a 7.25. Here we have Clément. Oh, up and over, just over rotating. Nice amount of height and got the whip. But yep, just not quite getting the landing there on that one. And now the guys are going to be going for their trick attempt. Number 8, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Julien, a backflip all the way over the top. Keeping it easy out there. As both of these boys are throwing down, they're not leaving anything up for grabs. So 19.43, Clément Ramon, your first position. Second position, that's 17.69 there for Julien Boyer. All right, Clément just waiting for some scores to be coming his way. Going down there, we can see Julien Boyer. So it looks like a little bit of a lull here in this one. Okay, going toe side. Clément on his way out. Is he going to be using this kicker? Deciding against it, looking over his shoulder. Okay, no, so he's going to be turning around, probably going to be trying something coming this way. Gaining speed. A little bit of a flat section here in the front of the judges' tower. Up and over, front flip, nice and clean there from Clément. Very, very nice move there from him. So both of these guys still as we stand, it looks like they haven't been improving on their scores at all, as we are waiting to see who is going to be going through of this round number 2 to round number 3. Let's have a little look. So as it stands, the winner out of Boyer and Clément Ramon will be meeting in round number 3. Who is it going to be? I'm waiting for info to come in. I was just waiting to see what is going to be happening. So just waiting for some information to come in on the scores, as it looks like both of these riders are coming back. As soon as I know, I will be throwing those out to you. Coming nice and close to the rocks there for Julien. And now let's see who will be coming up next. We're going to be having Gasparini versus Liam Dunkerbeck, as we are currently in round number 2 of the Surf Freestyle here for Pozo Izquierdo GWA Wingfoil World Tour event in Gran Canaria. All right, so we are back. There we can see we have Luca Gasperini versus Liam Dunkerbeck. We can see Liam Dunkerbeck there just going through, forward looping like no tomorrow. That man on the right, and Luca Gasperini, the duotone rider, on the left, coming out of Italy. We have heat number 2 of round number 2 coming on your screen right away. All right, so Liam Dunkerbeck getting some extra height there. Still, they have 7 trick attempts. The top 3 moves will count. We have 8-minute heats, so they're just about 3.5 minutes into this heat 2 of round number 2. And now we are waiting. Gasperini has 3 trick attempts under his belt. They have 8 minutes to perform those 7 tricks, so they've got enough time just to cruise and peruse. At the moment, it is local boy Liam Dunkerbeck who is currently in that safe zone, because let's not forget, whoever loses in this round is not going to be continuing on in the competition. Ah, nice push loop style there. Backflip off of the wave there for Liam. So racking up the points, 6.40 for his first score. He has a 5.83 for his third score. And now waiting to see the number that comes in for that third. So comfortably in the lead. He has performed 6 tricks already, as they have 7 trick attempts. And we're just waiting to see that third number to be dropped in. After this heat, I've just been informed we will be going down to 7-minute heats in this round 2. And next up, we are going to be seeing Chucho Nunot is going to be going up against Hill. All right, so Liam going switch stance, as he already has completed his 7 maneuvers, as he is at a total of 15.98. So that is going to be all of his scores completed. And we are waiting for Luca Gasperini, as he still has 2 more trick attempts. All right, so continuing on. So Liam Dunkerbeck has completed the amount of trick attempts he can perform in this heat, so he's going to stay at that score. And it is Luca Gasparini that has a chance to do a little bit more to see if he can get past Liam. Round number 2, heat number 2 on the water. As coming up next, we will be continuing on in this round 2, as the idea is to finish all the way through to round number 3 today. Wind is pumping, looking good out there, and hopefully we're going to be seeing some bigger and better action coming our way. So coming up next will be Hill and Chucho Nunot, and we're just waiting 7th trick attempt. Liam just, you know, getting loose, getting wild, just having a little bit of a play out there, even though he has completed his moves. So Luca Gasparini will have enough time to perform one more maneuver, but unfortunately for him, I do not think, because even if he got a 10.00, he still would not be able to overtake the 15.98 from Dunkerbeck. So kind of a one-hit wonder here for him, just to perform the final move down here in the Canaries for the Italian. Unfortunately not being able to get the result that he wanted. Going for the body backflip there, looking for the grab, but coming down. That is going to be 7 moves for both of them. And now let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat.
Welcome back everyone for round number 2, heat number 3 of the men's surf freestyle, and up next we have Marino Gil against Chucho Nunot, and these two warriors will be out in the water next. And I've just actually been out of the booth just quickly and had a little mooch around the event site, and the wind is well and truly in. It's a good, easy 35 knots, as you can probably tell just by looking at the stream with all the white caps, and the equipment the riders are on is very, very small. I mean, just have a little look at that KT wing that Marino is riding. Extremely small gear out there. And here we go, round number 2. Just opening up with a little rayleigh there. The conditions aren't going anywhere. It's great to come to a spot like this where we just have guaranteed wind every day of the week. But there we just saw Chucho, the back end of his trick, So we have Chucho on the yellow north. We have Molino, there he is, on the green. KT Wing, number 48. Very talented windsurfer, as you can see one just blasting up on the top right-hand side of your screen. And there is Chucho with the leopard print. You can see there Chucho staying on the same size wing he was previously on in his last heat. 2.9 meters squared. Very, very small. As he's lining up here, riding toe side. Going for that frontside 360, while Molino is also going for the 720, it looked like, but just wasn't able to rotate quickly. Would have been able to get the 360 down, but he wanted more. He wanted more from that. The score's now starting to drop, so I can tell you now that they're all sort of starting to be calculated. No big heavy hitting scores at the moment in this heat, while Chucho though, nice backflip there. Seven minutes, 7 trick attempts, top 3 of which will count. Round number 2 here in Gran Canaria. What a location. You can see there Molino just coming back in towards the shore and turning round, running now toe sides. Is he going to do a switch? Yes, he is. Likes what he sees. Goes around for the 720. Nope, that's going to be a crash there. So a few scores now dropping. You can see that Molino on a 5.96, made up from 2 scores. A 4.43 for his backside 3 and a 1.53 just for a standard Rayleigh. And Chucho here, Mr. Nunot. Few scores to drop here. I can tell you that he will be bumping probably up into first position once all the scores drop. Round number 2, heat number 3 here at the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. It's surf freestyle event number 3 of the calendar year. We started off in New Zealand. And then we went over to Lucat in April. And then there's been a little bit of a period there with a break. And then we're back in action now here in Gran Canaria. And then guess what we have coming up in just a couple of weeks' time? We go straight from here to Fuerteventura. The next stop, while Chucho there putting a lovely combo of a backflip straight into a frontside 360 while Molino is in the drink. So Chucho there just putting some nails in the coffin. As you can see now, scores for him starting to drop. And here's the replay of Molino, which we weren't able to see, just going for the 720 again, but letting that backhand come off and only managing to get around once. But again, that'll be another crash for the Spaniard. 5.96, chasing a 10.07. Chucho here, nice and comfortably in the lead, especially after that last combo, which is coming in nice and hot here with the scores, looking around to be the 7s. Chucho here has 1 more trick attempt, Molino has 2. So we're nearly going to be wrapping things up in this heat as well. And here he is, Molino Gil. Which wave is he going to choose? Well, neither, because he's gone straight over the front of his boards. Unfortunately not able to stay on the foil there, and it's all hands in Chucho's court now as he goes for his last trick attempt. 1, 2, over-rotated. 17.07 now is the combined score for Chucho. So that is Chucho ticked off the list. So he has done his 7 trick attempts, but Molino still has 2. Still has time. Hopefully we'll soon be able to get the times on the graphics for you. You can see there Chucho just enjoying some little bit of wind swell there, a little bit of swell out there. Molino still has 2 trick attempts, but he definitely needs to improve on the low scores that he has. That 1.53 can surely get thrown out the window. But he's got to make it happen. He's got to do something special. Nice kicker here. Goes up for a big Rayleigh. Looks like it will probably be the increase on that 1.53 Rayleigh, but Rayleighs aren't going to be enough, especially against a rider like Chucho Nunot, who pretty much can put the twists and the turns in every trick. So Molino here with one trick attempt remaining. It's not going to be his day, unfortunately. I don't think he's got a chance now to go through, unless that last Rayleigh is any increase on that 1.53, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be Chucho here with one trick attempt remaining from Molino. So we're coming into the closing minutes now, closing minute, should I say, of this heat. As Molino, this is his last trick attempt, going for the 720 and just over-rotating that weight pretty much all the way back, and that's going to be another crash. So it's going to be Chucho Nunot there on your screen in the yellow wing, riding for North Wingfoiling. He is going to be the rider that advances through to round number 3. We're currently on round number 2, heat number 3 of the men's surf freestyle. Conditions pretty solid from start to finish. And that is it. The time is up. The buzzer has gone. So we are going to go to a quick replay now of that last heat. And welcome back, everyone. And just before we go back into competition, as you can see, we're going on standby. The AP flag is up. So do not go anywhere. Sit tight, relax, grab a cold one, and just enjoy some chill time, because it's been very much get up and go at the moment. So as soon as the issue is resolved that we have down on the beach, we'll be back underway with more action shortly to follow.
All right, so we are back. So there was an AP flag in the sky because there was a protest from Giulio Gasparini. Looked like one trick was not counted when it should have, meaning that now Fabian Momentale did not make it through to round number 3 directly. It means he is going to have to battle it out here in round number 2. So coming up next, we are going to be having those two riders. So we are going to be having that man there, Lasse Harbasek, coming out of Germany on the green slingshot, and the other rider is going to be Fabian Momentale. All right, so there we can see those are the two players that are going in the water. So we have Lasse Harbasek out there on the green slingshot. And this man here, Fabian Momentale, the Swiss athlete living out of my hometown, Tarifa, North rider going out. And I tell you what, this guy is anything but happy, Liam, because unfortunately, due to that protest where there was video evidence that that move was made, he is now in round number 2 and has to battle it out to continue on in this contest. Let's see if that pressure is going to kind of mess with his mind a bit, and hopefully he's going to be in the right mindset to be able to continue on.
Hopefully he doesn't take a journey down struggle street here, because he's going to need to keep it together. I mean, knowing that you're in round 3 and then being told that you've got to go to round 2, it's a tough one there, Fabian, but he's experienced, and I reckon potentially he might be able to keep it together.
All right, so Fabi making his way out. Let's have a little look at the tide. It looks like obviously that tide has come up. Yes, it has. So high tide tonight is at 9:16, Liam, the 1.6 coefficient. So we're about just coming up on the 1 meter as it stands. So supposedly this means the waves should start to get bigger as we're throughout the afternoon. We are now in the final heat of round number 2, and then we're going to be making it through to round number 3.
And Fabian here just getting worked around a little bit in the shallows. It's quite a tough place to launch and land here. It's not, there's no sand really. It's pretty stony. It's pretty horrid out there getting in and out. So a bit of a challenge for our riders, but we threw him in the deep end when it came to Cape Verde as well. And a huge front flip there for Lasse, but not able to keep it together. So that's going to be a crash, as Fabian now managing to just get everything together a little bit, get some power, some momentum through that wing, and before sooner or later he'll be up on the foil and we'll see him underway. Because as you mentioned, Joe, he's not going to be too happy, and he's getting swallowed up here by the waves, getting pushed back towards the shore. Tough start to the heat here, and you can see Lasse as well, his wing just flapping around. It's windy out there, you can see the white caps, the wind spraying off the wing. Both riders just having a little bit of a pickle. See there, Benjamin Castancol just going at your screen on the left-hand side. He'll be up shortly, but Fabian finally able to get to his feet. And I love it when you know how windy it is, Joe, when they just stand to their feet, they sheet the backhand in, and then they just bomb up on the foil, off they go.
Yeah, and now that AP flag is down, so we are in that transition to go into sequence for this final heat of round number 2. I've always said I am a man of body language, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing there with Fabi making his way out onto the water, throwing his wing around a bit, getting bashed a little bit left, right, and center. I have a feeling he has been affected by that protest.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to definitely annoy him. You know you're in round 3, and then for a protest to happen and for it to go against you, to then go pushed into round 2, it's you're never going to be happy regardless. But red flag is now up. I mean, these riders, when a protest happens like this, Joe, they've got to put think about it. If the tables were turned, if the tables were turned and Fabian missed the trick and then he was able to bounce through, he wouldn't be, throwing his toys at the pram or anything. I'm not saying he's doing that, of course, but it works both ways, and I'm sure if he continues to compete, he'll come across a chapter where maybe he protests and it comes his way.
Absolutely, and I mean, to be honest, when you've competed for long enough, there's heats that go your way, heats that don't go your way, and when you've been on tour for quite a while, there are decisions that favor you and decisions that don't favor you so much, but in the end, you kind of even it out. And unfortunately, there for Fabi, that was that decision was made. Where there was a toe side front side free wasn't seen for Giulia Gasparini. Visio evidence was brought, and that's one of the beauty with the technology these days. With the live stream, we were able to catch it, be able to say that that does not look like it was right. They assessed it, and that's how it is. And now we continue on, and hopefully we see a good heat in between these two boys. Lasse before not putting on the best performance we've seen from him, and Fabi had a very nice heat. Just going to have to replicate that then see. But let's not forget. Elimination round out on the water now. Whoever doesn't get through, one-way ticket home.
Yeah, and you don't want to be going home this early. I mean, I know we've got Free-Fly-Slalom and some big air to go. Not all these riders are qualified for big air. The majority of them are also doing free fly, but they want to be in this surf freestyle ladder. They want to be making use of the conditions here in Gran Canaria. They want to be able to showcase their talents in the strong winds, and especially when that tide gets a little bit higher and they're able to engage a little bit more on the swell and use those slightly larger kickers. That's where I think we're going to be seeing, as we referred to, the world's first in this and the world's first in that. Because I do think this competition, we're going to see moves that haven't been landed yet.
I think we are as well. And there we can see it looks like we're going to be going into an action. So the first man to throw down a punch to hit a nail in the coffin. Fabi Mumenthaler up and over. Very nice move there from him. Back loop. Nice calm corner collector. Nice and controlled there for the Swiss athlete. Let's have a little look at the replay.
Yeah, you can see here, nice back loop there, good rotation, board just touches down and pretty much he's straight back on the foil. Didn't get a crazy amount of height, but we always refer to getting those tricks dialed down, getting those sort of initial ones unlocked and using that as a platform to then go ahead and maybe try things that you're maybe not so consistent at.
Yep, so it looks like we have a 1 trick attempt for each. Let's not forget 7 trick attempts. They have 7 minutes to be able to perform that. And up and over. Picture perfect there from Lasse. That was sweet front flip.
Yeah, right in front of Fabi as well. And I don't know if that's going to count to a score there. But just, we just did a little sort of rally. But this is big from Lasse. And we saw him pop right back up onto the floor. Scores are starting to come our way. The beauty myself and Joe have. We're able to just to see a little bit before you guys, and it's looking nice, it's looking good. Fabian here, currently riding toe side out towards the end of the competition area, is going to be next to jump. Maybe we missed the trick, I'm not sure, but he's coming back in. He likes to do his jumps right foot forward. He pretty much does, I'd say, well, I don't think I've seen him jump left foot forward yet, but here he comes, locked and loaded, plenty of speed. What's he got for us? Are we going to see a front flip, or are we going to see a back flip? Back loop. Not real much difference between that and the first one. I think his first one might be better.
Yeah, I think so too. He had a 6.07 for that first one. Little bit cleaner on the landing, right back up on the fall. But repeating that trick out of 7 when you already have a decent score up, risky move. 7.50 from that big front flip there from Lasse. So Lasse currently in the lead, but obviously with that second move there from Fabian, going to be interesting. All right, going for a backside 3 with a grab there, but coming down high. So improving on his score ever so slightly with that 6.40 from Fabi, there, that backside 3 attempt from Lasse. All right, so Fabi just in second position by 0.35 a point. Going for the Rayleigh. Just trying to get some air there, not even railing out. That's another trick attempt. So he's used up 2 trick attempts on those 2 small moves. Risky business, I tell you what.
It is risky business, because if Lasse can nail a few of those maneuvers like he did on that big front flip, then Fabi is definitely going to have some work to do, because, you know, Lasse, he definitely has been making some unforced errors. You know, he hasn't been landing every trick, and he's been giving away some, let's say, cheap points. But, you know, going out now left foot forward, if he can just, you know, get a few more tricks like that first one, locked and loaded, he could give Fabi a bit of trouble. Fabi there landing that front loop, but really no height. I mean, Lasse there going big, actually going for that second rotation, but crashing down. A little bit of a messy heat, actually.
It is a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
Lasse, they are both going for it. We have another nice move there from Fabi, who just waiting for those scores to be dropped, is going to be going into first position. Here he is going outside, switch stance. I've seen him get those toe side, front side 3s nice and easy. He is definitely looking for a kicker. But now here we can see the replay of that last move. Front flip, up and over, lands it, back up on the foil, and there you can see front view there from that 2.9 Nova. And that back, so going for that back loop, trying the elusive back loop 360 maybe there. We've seen a few guys land it. Nobody has landed it in competition so far. But it is Fabi in first position with a 14.10. And there we can see Lasse also attempting another move. So there is 1 more move attempt for Fabio Mumentale and 2 more move attempts for Lasse. There we can see that replay of that last one from Fabi, tweaking that 7 around, just missing out on that extra quarter of a spin to make that one count. So final move for Fabio Mumentale and 2 moves left for Lasse.
Yeah, one of the things that Fabian is going to struggle with if he manages to get himself through this round is jumping continuously right foot forward. You know, I think if you're jumping left foot forward, you're able to engage on the swell and the kickers a little bit more. And we all know that if you use the kickers to their advantage, you can, you know, automatically you're gaining a lot more height. And I just the way the riders are going into the waves, going left foot forward, you're able to just engage that little bit more on the swell. Whereas Fabian, you know, pretty much every trick he is going right foot forward. You can still catch, you know, a nice little lip and a nice little jump, but he's going to need to vary it up a little bit. And you can see here riding toe side. I reckon I put money on it he's going to go and switch around and then come right foot forward.
Yeah, I reckon you're right there. Now let's have a look, but going down hard on the outside. So now that is Fabio Mumentale is tricked out. So we're going to concentrate ourselves on Lasse as he has 2 more trick maneuvers. All right, so Lasse, trick number 6. All right, going around into that back flip, back loop. Waiting to see what the judge is going to be thinking of that one. He is at a 7.50. Fabio Mumentale has a 14.10. So needing a smaller score to be able to get that combo. So Fabi has left the doors open.
Yeah, they're quite wide open here. I think Lasse's got a real good sniff at this one now. I think if he can put a nice trick together at the back end of this heat, he could, you know, call. I wouldn't want to be on the beach if Fabian loses this one.
Oh, man. And at the moment, I tell you what, he already has. There it is, 14.13 for Lasse, meaning he is already in the lead. Oh, up and over. Getting some hang time out there on that last move. But there it is, 14.13 versus a 14.10. So Fabian Montale, unfortunately, missing out by 0.04 of a point. That is definitely one of the big first upsets of the competition. But while we wait for the next heat to be coming our way, let's have a little look at the recap of that previous heat. Wow, there it is. So yeah, that is official. First is going to be Lasse Hasselback, continuing on with a 14.13. Coming up next, moving over to round number 3, heat number 1. Benjamin Castenstiol coming out of Denmark. We have Xavier Cor out of Tarifa, Spain, and Lilian Juppet from France, the Peanuts. I tell you what, this is going to be a spin, a grabbing, and style master heat, as these 3 boys are some of the most talented freestylers we have on tour. And talking about some talent, we caught up with Xavier Cor just at the beginning of this day, because let's not forget, he took joint first with Alain Fedit over there in Lucat. So let's have a look and see what Xavier Cor had to say.
Down here on the beach, treated by Xavier Cor. Xavier, how does it feel here to be in Pozo?
I'm super excited. As you can see, there's big waves, 30-knot wind, so it's like home conditions for me here.
Perfect. And the home for you is Tarifa. And, you know, you didn't start the year off in New Zealand. You were in Lucat. You had a good result in Lucat. How important is it for you to do well here?
It's quite important to try and stay top 10. So I'm a bit nervous, but I'm ready to send it here, for sure.
And I briefly did see you in Lucat before I had to leave, and you did show me, you know, a few tricks that you had up your sleeve. You got anything new for us at this comp?
For sure. You're going to be seeing some big tricks I'm going to be sending.
Well, there we go. We'll leave it at that. Big tricks coming your way.
Wow, there it is. I tell you what, he looks keen.
He does, doesn't he, Joe? He's up for it. I got to say, I do love seeing Xavier at an event. He's a good personality to have off the water, and his level as well. I mean, I remember him taking his first win last year in Tarifa, which was a great win for him. But his level was really improved in the off season. He's put some big time and a lot of effort. He's landed some world's first in Lucat, and here he is again. I think that he is going to be coming out with both guns firing. Big lineup as well. You know, we see Lilian Juppet here. I mean, if anyone does a front flip good, it's this guy. I mean, he does a very, very elegant front flip. But Cor, I would probably say, coming into this heat, might be the favourite. But don't take it away from the other 2 riders. I mean, the level now, we're in round 3, knockout stages again. I mean, this is where it gets tight. I mean, everything to play for here. Benjamin Castenstiol, Xavier Cor, Lilian Juppet. Who's it going to be?
All right, so now we are on action. 4.50 there for Benjamin Castenstiol as his starter. Let's see what Xavier Cor has. What has he got? Coming off of a win, joint win over there in Lucat. Oh, that's what I call a backflip, mate.
So clean from Xavi there. Just not only was it clean back up on the floor, but the height that he generated here. Be good to see if we can get that one, just the back end of that replay there from Xavier Cour. But there on your screen is Lilian Juppet. Just looking over his shoulder, waiting for his flag to be raised.
Yeah, Xavi at the moment is in 7th position on the overall ranking. As let's not forget, there's, you know, events left, right, and center. As he didn't do so well in the last event in Cape Verde because he is more a freestyle rider than he is a wave rider. So we can see some of the guys getting the upper hand of him. Alan Fedit, the guy who came joint first with him in Lucat, is your current tour leader. And now here we can see this is Lilian Juppet, also known as the Peanut, who is 9th overall on the rankings so far. Starting off, nice backflip, getting it easy, and also just changed sponsors. He's just recently joined the Duotone team.
He has, yeah. He was, you know, did the old switch up, and I mean, by the looks of that backflip, likes to be enjoying the gear. It's also important to know when it comes to the rankings, though, Xavier Cour didn't actually compete in New Zealand, so he is currently in 7th position just with a 1 event result. So quite a good position, and Benjamin there, the youngster. Again, that's 3 backflips we've seen from these 3 riders, all very nicely executed. Gotta say it, I think Cour's was the biggest we've seen, but again, nicely extended there from Benjamin, really extending out that body.
You know what they say, mate.
What do they say?
If you got to break a few eggs to make an omelette. If you can't take the heat, you got to get yourself out of the kitchen. And it isn't how you start; it's how you finish. So let's see what is going to be happening out there with Xavi, because he has started off strong. But, you know, I have my money also on that youngster Benjamin. But, whoa. Okay, I might change it, because look at that front roll there from Xavi.
Yeah, very good there. I think my money at the moment, looking at this heat so far, is on Cour. As you can see, it looked like I thought maybe he wanted to engage in a combo there, because you saw the nose of the board just tweak its way around. But I think he thought, you know what, the front flip was good enough. I'm just going to, you know, put that one down as a nice scoring trick, and start having a little bit of fun when I've dialed down my 3 tricks.
Yeah, because now as we're back into 3 riders out there on the water, meaning we're going back to turns, so 7 trick attempts, top 3 moves, excuse me, are the ones that are going to be counting, as there is not a limit of time on these heats, but pretty much coming to about 15-minute heats. Here we have Lilian Juppet. Oh, going down with Sebastian and the Mermaids under the sea.
Yeah, he... I mean, that was a big slam there from Juppet. Probably still got a smile on his face, so the guy's always smiling, as you can see, just going down and slapping the water.
All right, so now Benjamin Castencio is going to be coming up next. Here we can see him out there with the Carina wing going switch stance. What's he got for us? Okay, switch stance, backflip. Rocking it up here, the youngster throwing down.
Yeah, nicely done there. Not straight back onto the foil. Didn't get a crazy amount of height, but I guess when you're that small, you don't need a crazy amount of height. And Cour here going trailing edge first. That's a crash. Nice to see him vary it up though a little bit. Riding the free wing gear, the air rush with the Armstrong foil as well.
You know what, Liam? It is that time of the day.
What time is it?
I'm going to start to get some wings. Open a nice little can of Red Bull, and we are good to go, because we are now in round number 3. And it looks like the wind has picked up. Just getting some readings over here. We're already at 27 knots again. Now the guys are going to start to throw down as we are in round number 3. Because let's not forget, elimination round. Whoever doesn't make it through is not going to be continuing on. But there is that beautiful round number 4 to kind of mix it up, and let's see. So the winner will be going through to round number 5, and then the 2 losers will be making it into round number 4, having one more chance.
Yeah, we like to give our riders just one more shot, one more chance of getting through. As Benjamin here, nice front flip there, but has he made it? No, I think he's down. That's a questionable one there, and up to the judges. In my opinion, I think I'm going to put that down as maybe a crash, just because he was down in the water for quite a while, but it's hard to see with a wave there as well.
It is. I reckon, looking at what the judges are saying here, I think that's probably when the head judge normally says, okay, guys, half points.
Yeah.
Because he didn't completely submerge, did continue on. Let's not forget, this isn't kiting. It is wingfoiling, so similar to windsurfing. You know, it's very hard to stay up on the board on the plane when you land from a height like that. So probably half points, and yet there is what has happened, a 2.88, because if that move was properly landed, you're probably looking around the 6.57s. So kind of halfway there for Benjamin Castencio. All right, so as it stands, we have in first position, Xavi Core. In second position, we have Benjamin Castencio. And in third position, Lilian Dupet, but he is one trick down. So Lilian Dupet now looking to go for a third maneuver. Up and over, backflip.
Going for the combo.
Trying for the combo. Haven't actually seen a combo out there yet.
No, we've seen, yeah, we've had a couple landed. It's, yeah, it's been good, but we haven't seen that. I mean, when I think of a combo, I always think back to Bastions at Le Cat. The score, the perfect 10. I mean, it was just like, I can't remember what it was. Do you remember what it was, Joe?
I have a feeling, if I'm not mistaken, it was a backflip into a frontside free, but it was
clean as a whistle, wasn't it?
It was pop to pop as well, which is where the combos are at now. You have to land, fall goes underwater, pop with the fall coming out of the water, and perform that second maneuver. That is what the perfect combo is, and that's where the guys are going to get the top scores, because if you kind of come down, mess around and then continue on, you're not going to get that. Xavi here, trick attempt number 5. He already has he has 3 big 7s, so very nice scores. He's already got that backflip. Let's not forget, talked to him this morning, he does have that backflip 360 in his weapons. So let's see if he can bring that one forward for the first time in competition, because if he does, innovation gets the multiplying factor as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Must be a difficult one for someone like Xavi, because I think he knows that he's having a good heat. You know, he's pretty much landed all his big moves. He's probably looking around thinking, yeah, I know I'm in first position, but does he want to bring out his big moves early on and sort of show everyone maybe what he's got, or does he want to keep it back? But then if he doesn't keep it back, then maybe he's not giving it a go. You know, it's sort of a seesaw. You know, which way do you go?
I mean, there's always bragging rights. And
exactly. You want to be the one to first land it, don't you?
Exactly. Knowing this kid, I reckon he's going to be going all in, especially knowing that he has that going. Okay, 720 for Benjamin. Nice. Clean as a whistle. I tell you what, he is going to improve. He has a 727. He has a 630 and a 575.
Yeah, he liked it.
He is definitely going to like that. Multiple 8s coming up on the judges. Just waiting for a final judge to lock in his score. I reckon that is going to be very close to an 8-point average, 7.97. So good score there for Benjamin, making himself go into second position by only 0.36 of a point. And Xavi going for the combo there.
Double backflip he went for.
Boom. And yanks it around, just getting caught up on that chop there.
Has that been landed before, a double combo backflip?
Nope, it hasn't. This is what it's all about, moving it around. And Lilian also still trying to go for that front flip with, I reckon he's looking for that combo as well. Who is it going to be to get the new moves? Because they are looking for that multiplying factor. But as it stands, we have Xavi in first, Benjamin in second, Lilian in third, and now Benjamin has a final attempt. The smallest move he has is a 6.30 for a backflip. Let's see if he's going to improve it. All right, so Benjamin Castencio coming out of Denmark, looking to try and get that first place so he can continue on into round number 5. What has the youngster got for us?
This would be a little bit of an upset, wouldn't it? I mean, I know no one gets knocked out right now. It sort of gets moved around a little bit, but if he makes it through and straight to round 5 and the others go to round 4, oof, mixes it up.
Nothing like shaking the old tree there. All right, so Rasta man, or Rasta kid.
Rasta kid.
Rasta kid. Benjamin Castencio. Eyeing it up. I tell you what, he's taking his time.
Yeah, he's milking it out there at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he knows how important this move is. He knows how close he is. So we not forget we have the live scoring, so all of the riders know exactly where they're at. He's looking to improve on his lowest score of a 6.30. What is it going to be? Are we going to be seeing another backflip to try and get a little bit more? As we are now waiting.
Here we go, surely.
Yep, I reckon now this is going to be the time. It is now or never. He's going to switch stance again. Okay, we saw him do a toe side backflip in the previous heat. Are we going to be seeing that? I think we might be. Nice bit of a kicker coming his way, trying to get a bit of a hump, trying to get a bit of a bump. Benjamin Castencio looking to move forward into first position. Needs to improve his score by 0.36, up and over and right up onto the foil. I tell you what, I reckon he might have done that there. I reckon he might have done that because if he does, he's going to apply the pressure to one of the top freestylers and probably the favorite coming into this event, Xavi Core. So just waiting for confirmation on that number to see if Benjamin moves forward into first position. It's official. Benjamin is now first place in this heat. So Xavi Core needs to improve. I'm going to get the calculator out here very quickly. Needs to improve by a 0.38 on his total to be able to take that first place. Okay, he's coming right foot forward. Starboard tack. What's it going to be for the Spaniard, Liam?
Well, it's got to be something big. I reckon it's going to be a combo. No. Pressure got to him.
Yep, no, he did not go. I reckon he was going for that combo double backflip, but got a little bit extra height, wasn't able to keep it together to get that foil in. So I don't think that's going to be enough for Xavi to improve. Waiting for confirmation on that. Lilian Youpet, he's been trying front flip, front side free combo for the last few moves. Is it going to be the buzzer beater? Backflip. Okay, backflip into a frontside free, but going down. That is a crash. So waiting for confirmation. But no, it is official. So first big upset of the competition. Benjamin Castencio, the youngster, has placed first position, moving through to round number 5, overtaking favorite Xavi Core. The youngster's coming up with fire.
Yeah, nicely done there. He'll be coming off the water with a huge smile on his face. Very well done. Taking out the likes of Youpet and Core. Both riders, you know, have been on the tour for the last year, competing left, right, and centre. But what a moment for the youngster.
There we have it. That was a recap of that previous heat where Benjamin Castencio has gone through in first position. Coming up next, heat number 2, Clément Hamon, Axel Gerard, and Alain Fedit. And talking about Alain Fedit, this guy came first in Lucat in the last Surf-Freestyle event that we had, and we were able to catch up with him this morning. Let's have a little look and see what he had to say. Wow, I'm standing down here on Pozo with Alain Fedit. He was joint first in the Lucat event. Freestyle is definitely one of your strong points, Alain, and I tell you what, there's some nice kickers out there.
Yeah, I love the kickers here. It's super crazy. I enjoyed a lot of windsurfing a couple of years ago here on the spot of Pozo, and now winging. So what else? Kickers, wind. So let's go for bigger. Shoo!
So obviously, tell me a little bit about this location. First time we've ever been down here. I see the smile on your face, meaning you obviously like the conditions out there, and it is getting windy. We're going to be going with the surf freestyle, but also there's a little mix because further on in the week, we're going to be having the big air. Tell me some things about this location.
Yeah, we try to make the most impressive tricks higher as we just can. So we saw the week just after, just before, we saw the windsurfing guys who were shredding a lot. So let's try to keep the same and let's go in the water. Some guys are training now, so I will just jump in.
Well, there it is, jumping. Yeah. Thank you very much, Alain, and good luck on the event.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Great to hear the ins and the outs from Alain Fedit there, one of the top freestyle riders and also putting a bit of a name for himself on the slalom side of things as well. He's again one of those riders that's really seen and improved over, I'd say, the last sort of 6 to 8 months. And he's going to be up next. A little battle of the Frenchies actually on the water. We got also Clément Hamon in the water and Axel Gerard. So exciting heat ahead. Do not go anywhere. Buckle up. Get nice and comfy. It's local time is 6:30 here, so that should only tell you one thing. You know, you should be able to grab yourselves a little cheeky cold one somewhere and enjoy the rest of this action. 5:30. Sorry, I haven't changed my watch since I've been travelling left, right, and centre. Joe just gave me a little slap on the wrist, but it is what it is. You know, we're here for a long time. And just a lovely shot there of the famous spot here, Pozo, Gran Canaria. Although it's super, super windy, that wind turbine isn't moving, but oh well. You can see our windsurfers as well. That will be either Alain Fredit or Axel Gerard. I think Alain Fredit there. So we've got 2 riders here riding for the same brand. Okay, so here we go. There on your screen we have Alain Fredit with the long dreads. So let's try and get our eyes on Axel Gerard. He's going to be up next. Perfect. Nope. Okay, so Alain Fredit here lining up for his next trick attempt. What's he got for us? Going left foot forward. Looks like he wanted to rotate once again there, but not getting the height. Now back onto Clément Hamon. Perfect work with the camera there. So Clément riding toe side. What's he got for us? As he is now going for his 3rd trick attempt. Some big scores coming down early doors at the moment, with Axel Gerard currently in the lead. Clément just looking over his right shoulder. As now he engages, coming in right foot forward. No. Okay, so we're going to stay with Axel Gerard, who is up next. Here he is. Axel Gerard, riding toe side. Riding toe side. What's he got for us? As he currently is in 1st position. He is your current heat leader, the under 16. Plenty of power coming in here. Decides against the, oh no, he goes for it. Goes for the 720 with the tack. Beautiful work there from Axel Gerard. As we watch that one on a replay. 1, 2, that's the 720. Going back the other way, perfect stuff. And now we go to Alain Fredit here on your screen. White helmet, perfect stuff here. As he would have seen that and thought, yep, I've got some work to do. And I'm going to tell you now, that last maneuver there from Axel Gerard, that is scoring
nicely with the judges. It might be one of the highest scores we've seen of the day. It's looking like it's going to be sort of mid to high 8s. And Alain Fedit here and Axel Gerard, they are teammates. You can see every rider coming out of France. So the Frenchies are delivering some good wingfoil athletes. It's fair to say that. So Alain Fedit again riding toe sides, using that wave. That's a crash. Not quite sure what that was there from Alain Fedit. It looks like something new that he's tried. And you can see there from the replay, just not really getting any height and going back into the lip of that wave. So, Clément Hamon, your under-16 youth world champion when it comes to surf freestyle. He got that crown last week in La Palma. Here he is again in round 3, heat number 2. Currently in that 3rd position. Going for that big back loop there. Beautifully done. Really, really clean there from Clément. And there's the replay. You can see 4 enters back the water, just popping back out, and away he goes. And Clément recently joining the Gong team as well. So now we go back to Axel Gerard. This guy's very, very talented. Actually, Axel and Clément were in the final of the under-16 surf freestyle in La Palma just last week, and now here they are again in the same heat. Round number 3, heat number 2 of the surf freestyle men World Cup here in Gran Canaria. Going for the 720. Thank you very much. Locked and loaded. That's a nice trick there for Axel. He was actually one of the riders last week as well to land the 1080 in the youth competition. So he's definitely got that in his locker as well. Alain Fedit up next. Looking at the scores, it is Axel in 1st, Alain in 2nd, and Clément in the 3rd with 12.8. Axel with a 22.23, Alain with a 15.67. Left foot forward, what's he got for us? Alain Fedit there, lovely, going up 1, 2, like an inverted rotation there. Judges liking what they see as the scores start to drop. Clément here is going to have some work to do. That last move from Alain is definitely going to start sniffing at the heels of Axel, as it's looking like it's going to be the highest score of the heat so far. Clément here, coming in with speed, going right foot forward, looking over that right shoulder, trying to decide which bit of swell, which wave to catch. Here we go, engaging speed. You can see now looking to go, goes with the board grab with the back flip, back, comes out of it nicely. That little grab there, as you can see, just tweaked there. Will definitely have a nice score, and as well using the boom, so able to sort of place those hands wherever he feels comfortable. That's the plus of having the boom. Maybe yes, it's a little bit heavier. It depends if that boom's carbon or not, I guess. But he's able to, you know, keep momentum going through the wing, just placing that hand in the middle there, keeping a little bit of tension in the canopy. As Axel Gerard goes for the back flip there with a 360 rotation on the way down. Up he goes. You can see they're tweaking it round now with the 360. Not getting all the way around there. And it looks like, I don't think that's going to be a crash, but I do think, as Joe mentioned in the previous heat, the judges will deduct that, you know, sort of give half points because it wasn't very clean. So here we go, our riders. Alain Fedit is currently on trick attempt number 6. Everyone's on number 6, in fact, as we go round now back to the start of the loop with Clément Hamon. Scores on the doors, 20.22 for Clément, Axel on a 23.73, and Alain sneakily 24.30 in the lead. Clement there going for the back loop. Is it going to be a combo? Yes, it is, but it's not going to score. Maybe it will score, but it's not going to be a high one just because of the amount of time that Clement did spend down in the drink there. Maybe it's going to be down as a crash, who knows. That's why I'm in here and I'm not in the judge booth. But it looks like it's gone down as a crash. Yes, a crash indeed. A little bit too much time there. When we talk about combos, it's got to be pop to pop. They've got to be smooth, it's got to be quick. Any time spent in the drink, the judges will say no, thank you. But Axel Gerard here, I reckon we might also see a combo or a repeat of that last maneuver where he was doing that little 360 on the way down. Using a bit of swell there, 1, 2, going for the 1080. Not able to land that. Getting a bit of a weird takeoff there off Axel's there. You can see Axel's weight as he went up, just losing it there on the way down. Going for the 1080. So his position won't change. It's looking like Alan will remain in first place after trick attempt number 6, because all riders still have one more trick attempt to go. So here we go, Alan Fedit on your screen. What's he got for us? Are we going to see a combo? Don't think we've seen one yet from Alan. Goes to the back flip. Yes, back flip, frontside 360. One of the cleanest we've seen of the day. I think the judges are going to like that one. I reckon that's going to be up in the 8s. Should see an increase on Alan's score as well. His lowest score at the moment is a 7.17. So I do think we're going to see a slight bump from that 24. Whether it will be around the 26s, I don't think so, but maybe high 24s or early 25s, I reckon Alan's score will bump up to. Last trick attempt now for all our 3 riders on the water. As Clement goes to that back loop, I definitely think he was wanting the combo there, for sure. He tried the combo on the last one, wasn't able to get it, but just got swallowed up by a little bit of wave there. So that's going to be Clement's position finished, 20.22. He will stay in 3rd position. Axel now has got to do something big because Alan is, like what I thought, in that 25.13. Axel Gerard there, going for the backflip with a 360 on the way down. But a little bit scrappy on the landing. So I do think that, yeah, Axel's also going to be staying in 2nd place. Alan is going to be in 1st. Don't know if he knows it yet, but let's see what he has for his last trick attempt. Knowing Alan, it's probably going to be something big as well. But just enjoying a little bit of the sea swell out there at the moment. So that isn't Alan Fedit at the moment, but there we have Axel Gerard. Okay, unfortunately there we just missed the last trick from Alan, but I can tell you that it was a crash, and that is all 7 trick attempts done now. So that is the end of round 3, heat number 2 here in the Surf Freestyle men. You can see a few of our riders just having a little bit of a playtime out there, the back end of this heat. So it's going to be Mr. Alan Fedit that advances in 1st position, then Axel Gerard in 2nd, Clement Hamon in 3rd. And it's time to just have a little look at some of the amazing highlights from that heat.
position, one of the heavy hitters here on tour. Benjamin, congratulations, big win for you. And the very last move, talk about getting it on the buzzer.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was, the competition is really, really windy. And all the competitors here are super good, some of the world's best. It was definitely tough to heat, but somehow I managed to get through.
So tell me a little bit about Pozo Izquierdo. You've been here for quite a while now. Yeah. Conditions, as you say, are really good. It's really strong, and it looks like this is one of the locations in the world to really push the freestyle. You're one of the younger riders on tour. How is it to feel that you've taken out one of the big riders that were coming in here as one of the favorites?
It feels awesome. I didn't think I was gonna get through, and I did all my tricks. I landed most of them, focused on them, and I got through.
Well, there it is. He's saying it got through. This man is already through to round number 5. We're gonna complete round number 3 today. Liam, back to you.
Thank you very much, Joe, and great to get a little insight into the youngster and Benjamin Cassencold there. I mean, he was ripping there. Big hats off, and thank you, Joe, for that little interview. But next up, round number 3, heat number 3 of the men's surf freestyle. Again, we got big heavy hitters. Benjamin May coming out of Germany, Vinicius Martins, first time we're seeing him today, coming out of Brazil, and again, first time we're seeing this chap, Ancor Sosa from Spain. They are the 3 men next up. And on your screen, let's have a little look. That looks like it's going to be Benjamin May. So Benjamin May will be the one to jump first. As you can there, just opening up nicely with his first maneuver there. Vinicius Martins is going to be the other rider there on the Cabrina. That is Ancor Sosa, sorry. So let's get our eyes onto Vinny Martins. And there he is, Vinny Martins on your screen. Perfect there. Riding for Neil Pride. Going for the back flip, landing it nicely. Not one of the cleanest landings, but still. First heat for Vinny. And it's now going to be Ancor Sosa here on your screen. Let's have a little look what he has in store. Very talented rider as well. I mean, any rider here is talented. They're the world's best. We've got 28 of the world's best riders here for the Surf Freestyle. This is event number 3 of the year. Very shortly after Gran Canaria, we go over to Fuerteventura. And then we go to Tarifa in October. Ancor Sosa going for the front flip there. That will score, not straight back on the foil, but it's good enough to open up the heat. So yeah, Fuerteventura next. Then we go over to Tarifa. That is middle of October. But before that as well, we've got a couple more events in Europe. Then we go over to Brazil in November. We've got a jam-packed calendar for these wing foiling athletes. And that's just a credit to the sport and how quickly it is developing. And scores now starting to drop, 1 for each. And looking at it, it is Ancor Sosa who scored the best with that 7. In second position, we've got Benjamin May, 6.87, and Vinny Martins with that 5.83. And there he is on your screen right now, just looking over his right-hand shoulder. When you see the riders looking over, they're just looking back towards the beach, because on the beach we do have a flag system. And when we raise that flag, each of these riders are given a flag colour. So when their flag gets raised, that's when you can see them get engaged. 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. We're in round number 3, heat number 3, men's surf freestyle here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup at the very, if not the most famous, Gran Canaria. Ancor Sosa there on your screen. But Vinny Martins there going for the 720. Unfortunately not being able to land it. So now it is Ancor's go. Now we focus on this rider who's riding toe side, pretty much Going to do a real switch around now in a minute. Come right foot forward. There it is. So what's he got for us? Ancor Sosa. Looking like he wants to engage, going right foot forward, goes up, 1, 2, 720, nice clean landing, nicely executed 720 there. He'll be stoked with that one. As Benjamin May here, I did think he had a rip in his wing on his last seat, and you can see he's patched it up nicely together there. New design print for the unit. But here he is. What's he got for us, Benjamin May? Because he's currently in first position with that 15.17. But Ancor's last score shortly to drop. Benjamin May, you can see he's got harness lines as well to hold down some of that power. Backflip into a frontside 360. It's a combo. It's going to score. It's not as clean as maybe you would have hoped on that second maneuver, but it's a good combo. I do like the addition of combos. I think that's a great addition to the heats, showing the variety. But they've got to be pop to pop. You can't do one trick, wait a few seconds, and then go into the next. It's got to be one, boom, land, pop into the next one, sign still delivered, then you get the score. One of the best to do the combos at the moment has got to be Mr. Bastien Escofet. Sort of pave the path for them in Lucat, scoring that perfect 10, which I think was a backflip into a frontside 360, which is pretty much bread and butter now for a lot of these top riders. They like to do that combo. It's the one that makes the most sense. Easy for that front side 360 after the backflip, with momentum going that way with the board. But enough about combos, let's get back to the action. Benjamin May in the lead. 3 tricks done, 3 scores counted, and here he is on your screen. Riding for duotone, just going for that tack trick, but going down. Back onto Vinnie Martins. Coming out of Brazil, again one of those riders that definitely has been pushing recently. And also a very friendly face to have around on tour. You can see here just enjoying some of the swell, going for the wing pass, but unfortunately not being able to keep them stay on the 4. But that still will score, it won't be high. That wasn't a crash. So Ancor Sosa next then. He is currently in second position, riding a 3-meter wing, the Mantis from Cabrina. We saw Benjamin on the last seat on a 2, so it just shows you how windy that is. Bit of a delayed front flip there. Is it going to score? No, that's going to be a crash. So here we go, trick attempt number 5 now. We're just over halfway in this heat. Any questions you guys have, if you're watching the live, please do fire away what you want to see. Big front flip there. Benjamin May going for that frontside 3 combo there after that front flip. Not being able to link it all together. But if you are watching from home, you know, if you want to find any info out, if you want us to get any interviews from any riders, please do let us know. Myself and Joe are scouting the beach for these riders when they come off their heat. If you want us to find anyone for you, you want to know certain little bits, the ins and outs, please do let us know. We can get the likes of Bowles Muller we've got here. We've got, you know, big names, the Javi Kors, the Alan Fedits. Big names as well. On the women's side, we have the likes of Nia Suarez Diaz here. We've got Liam Dunkerbeck. Very good from the windsurfing background as well. So if we can find anyone for you, please do let us know. We'll go and grab them, maybe even jump them in the booth as well. Round 3, heat number 3. Benjamin May, Vinnie Martins and Ancor Sosa. Let's have a little look at the scores. At the moment, it is quite close between the top 2. Ancor currently in that first place, 20.97. Benjamin May, 20.24. Vinnie Martins, 10.75. Coming up to the 6th trick attempt. That's big there from Benjamin May. Can he link it up? No, he cannot. It's going to be a crash there, unfortunately, because that one was nice. Great height. One of the bigger maneuvers we've seen today. Currently, we've got a good, solid 30 knots out there for anyone wondering at home. definitely in easily 30 knots. No, we're not seeing really any wings bigger than I'd say a 3.5 at absolute most. Vinnie Martin's there going for the 720, but eating up the water there, just completely off balance. Got a nice takeoff. 1, 2, you can see now starting to lean forward, nose of the board, goes straight down in the drink. So he will remain in that 3rd place as the Angkor Sosa replay here, finding himself a nice wave. And as that tide now is starting to push that bit higher, we're definitely seeing a few of the ramps closer to the shore just provide a little bit more of an uplift for our riders. Definitely what you want to see. Benjamin May here, final trick attempt. What's he got? He's going to know that he's in that 2nd place. Goes up. Goes for the, I reckon he wants the combo. He knows he can't do the combo now, though. It's a little bit too late. I don't think that's going to be enough to bump himself up into that 1st place where Angkor Sosa currently sits. Vinnie Martins as well is not going to have enough unless he gets the perfect 10. Even then he would be in 2nd place. So I think the scores, unless we see something that's never been landed before, are probably going to stay the same. Vinnie there, getting the front flip. It's going to score, but it's not going to score well. Not straight up into the 4, that's going to be around the 4s, or the 4s or 5s. And Angkor Sosa, 720. Yep, dialed down. Beautiful work there from Angkor. It's looking like he's going to be the rider here to progress through to the next round as we watch that last replay of the last trick of the heat. We're in round number 3. Up next we have, again, a very nice bunch of riders. But first, that is the end of the heats. I can hear the buzzer at the corner of the live booth. So let's go and throw it now to the replay and the recap of that heat. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue to fire through what has been so far a great first air competition. Round number 3, heat number 4, and check this out. Do not go anywhere. Liam Dunkerbeck knows his sport like the back of his hand. Noé Coyola from France, and then Mr. Christopher MacDonald. What a 3 set of riders we have here. So we've got Liam Dunkerbeck. There he is on your screen. That is Liam Dunkerbeck.
Then we've got 2 riders for F1. So there we have Liam Dunkerberg opening up nicely with a backflip.
They really like how he goes inverted on these ones. You can see he knows the spot. Hometown, homeboy really gets the flip off of the wave and uses the kickers there.
Yeah, he knows where to go. And here we have Noé just going for a little rally there. I don't know if he actually wanted that one to score, but it's his go. And yeah, that's going to be coming in. So next up, Christopher McDonald.
All right, so Christopher McDonald, the man of the moment. This guy's been landing 14s, going for a backflip into a frontside 3. Nice combo.
That's normally one of the tricks that riders do after they've done their 3 maneuvers and they've like linked it together, and then they think, okay, now I want to go for something like a combo. But I'm going to say that at the moment, right now, Christopher McDonald is probably, you know, the man to beat when it comes to surf freestyle. Recently just coming off a win on the youth. So he's a youth world champion in all of the other disciplines, or sorry, the other events he's been. I think he won New Zealand. Look at, I don't think he didn't win, but he had a good finish. Liam Dunkerberg, big front flip there. That's 2 big flips there from Liam.
Yeah, he's already got a, he had a backflip with a 6.30, now going for that front. I reckon that's going to maybe hit around the 7. Clean, really pretty much lands on the foil and really using those kickers. All right, so here we have Noé Kuyana, also a very talented freestyler. Rayleigh, don't know what he's doing there. That's the second time he's gone for that. So Noé Kuyana also, he had, you know, a couple of, I think it was a year and a half ago, had an injury, was out for a while, had broke his leg, and now back in action, and he is one of the top freestylers we have. But it is this man, like you said, the man of the moment when it comes to the spins that grab the style and the ease. Christopher McDonald, okay, going into that switch stance backflip, already starting to rack up some big points.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know why Noé is doing just Rayleighs, because he's already pre-qualified for the big air as well. Noé was actually one of the riders that was selected, so he doesn't actually have to qualify for the big air discipline that we have, because we still have 9 places to select for that. So he's taken a very interesting but very weird approach here with those 2 Rayleighs. Liam Dunkerberg there just going down. That's going to be a crash. Or maybe not. Maybe that's going to be a low scoring trick. Maybe watch the replay on that one again.
Yeah, well, okay. Wrapping it around, trying to get that extra rotation in, but just not being able to get the landing. All right, Kuyana, he's had 2, kind of an air and a Rayleigh. Not sure what he's been going for. But let's not forget, 7 trick attempts, top 3 moves are the ones that count. Again, trying to, you reckon he's maybe trying to go for a combo there?
I don't know what would the combo. No, he's a rider that can do a combo though, going from like a backflip into a frontside 360. I don't quite know what he's doing here. That's 3 times now we've seen exactly the same move. It's not like he knows the heat's not going. Big front flip there from Chris, going into the frontside 3. Beautifully done there from Chris. Pretty much a faultless move there.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge score, because a beautiful front flip as it is. Up and over, comes down nice and easy. Pop to pop off, frontside 3, lands it clean. And we're just waiting for those scores to come in. Up on your screen, 8.93, the biggest score of the competition so far. Christopher McDonald proving why he is the man to beat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's 2 big combos we've seen, and the one thing I liked about that combo as well was actually how much distance he gained and travelled after that front flip. It wasn't like, you know, one, it was
great height, but 2, and the control that he has as well, I thought that he was actually maybe going to over-rotate on that front flip, but you can see he gets that wing in exactly the right position, uses it sort of like a parachute on his way down, unlike Liam Dunkerbeck there, who's gone down with a crash, definitely not getting enough height and enough pop. So, once again, back to Noé now with his 4th trick. He's only been going for Rayleighs. You know what I reckon's going on here? I would like to have a look at the ladder, because maybe he's playing it tactically and doesn't want to necessarily go through to straight to round 5.
Yeah, maybe. That is an interesting point. You could be right there. I mean, you know, tactics are always going to be up and against there. So, of course, because if he was going through to round 5, he knows where he would be at. Dangerous moves. All right, going for the 1080. Christopher McDonald already making that triple frontside rotation. It does not get much better than that. Up, gets the height. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Fluid, easy, style and ease. Sleaze, as they like to say. The American athlete throwing down. And I reckon that has got to be close to perfect. That has got to be close to perfect. And it is the first 10 of the event. Christopher McDonald with a frontside 180.
There it is. Christopher McDonald with the 10. Judges really liking what they see. Hats off to Chris. We know he can do it, but we also know the dangerous thing about it, Joe, as well, is that we know he can do another rotation. Like we've seen him do it. Like he can do another one, which is like ridiculous.
Yeah, so trick attempt number 5. All right. Liam going for tweaked out 7. Just not getting the landing. Really impressed to see Liam. He looks like he's gaining confidence. You can see he's going higher. He's starting to wrap it around, really forcing the rotation around on that, just going a little bit toe side heavy and coming down with a crash on the end. Now, Kuyala, what is he looking for?
Well, I was working it out, actually. I don't quite know how it goes past round 5.
I reckon you're right.
Yeah, but if he finishes, well, he's going to finish 3rd if he carries on doing Rayleighs. But he'll be taking on the 2nd place of heat number 15, which I'll tell you in a minute, while Chris is probably going to do another world's first.
Okay, back there it was. It was almost a world's first. That was the backflip into a 360. So the back loop 360. We've seen them land it on the ground, but we haven't seen anybody land it in competition so far. So Christopher McDonald looking to get world's first out here. So that was his 5th trick attempt number 6. Here we have Liam Dunkerbeck.
Liam Dunkerbeck there on your screen. 1, 2, going for the 1080 as well, but not landing. And just having a little look there at Noé. If Noé finishes 3rd, which, I mean, he will, I'm going to put all my life savings on it because he's just doing the airs. He'll be facing the 2nd finisher in heat number 15 of round 3, which is either going to be Oscar Leclerc, Max Robinson, or Fabian Butenthal. So, you know, he's clearly betting against the odds here and wants to face one of those guys and then go through into maybe a different opponent of round number 5. I'll go and step outside the booth and have a little look at the ladder, see if I can work it out. But an interesting approach here for Noé. Mind you, this guy on your screen, Christopher McDonald, wants to do another world's first. We saw him attempt it on the last one. Here he goes, lining up, looking for that kicker, goes up, just going for the Rayleigh. And a little 360 tweak on the way down. Look at the smile on his face. He enjoys that. He's enjoying the conditions Gran Canaria is throwing his way. It's not going to be a big score, though, but just showing a great amount of variety there. And as you can see, enjoying his time on the water, comfortably in 1st position. So all riders now, one more trick attempt. They're on number 7. So back onto Liam Dunkerbeck there. Let's get our eyes onto Liam. There is Noé now going for the air. So Noé done and dusted.
Liam there going again for a Rayleigh, but just scatting out. And Christopher McDonald here. Last trick attempt for Christopher McDonald now. So we're going to keep our eyes on Chris. What does he fancy? Is he going to give us something special, or does he know he's won? And I reckon maybe we're just going to see a little air or just something fun, you know. Here he is, riding toe side. Are we going to see a toe side backflip? Just don't know what you're going to get with this guy. You don't know what you're going to get. Clearly the flag for Chris is not up yet. Both other riders have already done their tricks. So Christopher McDonald just waiting for that flag to be raised with his colour. You can see there just peeping under his wing. Interesting to try and see what size wing that is. It looks like a 2-point something on the F1 strike. So here we go, engaging plenty of speed, going up one. Looks like he was maybe trying to do some sort of wing switch around pass on the way down, not quite sure. But there you have it. It's a nice clean backflip to wrap things up from Christopher McDonald. He is going to be your heat winner. He'll be advancing through to round number 5. Noe and Liam Dunkerbeck advancing through to round number 4. So let's go and have a little look at the highlights and the recap from that heat where we saw the perfect 1080 and the perfect 10 from Christopher McDonald. And welcome back, everybody. Here we are. We're going to keep rummaging through round number 3 in the surf freestyle of the men. But before we jump to the next heat, Joe is down there with one of our previous heat winners.
Thanks, Liam. Well, standing here with Anko Sosa, who won his heat a couple of heats ago. Anko, Pozo, you have been here for quite a while. How are you feeling? Because you have gone with the win.
Yeah, I've been here like 1 month ago, but today it's so strong. I think it's the strongest day yet. I really enjoyed my heat because I was landing my tricks. And yes, the conditions are really amazing. I think the best we had till now in the GWA, because it's really strong. I mean, depending on the rider. I really like strong wind because I'm living in Canary Islands, so I'm training here. And yeah, been a really nice round.
So Anko, obviously you're one of the youngsters also out there. There is a big young generation pushing up strong, and we've just seen out there on the water Christopher McDonald throwing down a 1080, got the going for the backflips with the 360. How cool is it that the young generation is really coming in strong?
Yeah, it's really nice. I am also in the young generation. We were just before in the GWA Junior in La Palma. The level was really high. You could already see that here the potential was in the juniors category. So yeah, really stoked about it, and we will see how the juniors will progress in this competition.
Well, there it is, the juniors coming in strong. They have the fire, they have the flair. Liam, back to you.
Yeah, they sure do have the fire and the flair, and they are bringing it to I wouldn't say older guys, but the likes of these three. Jerome Clotens up from Spain, Camille Boyer, Bastien Escofet, the two Frenchies, they're going to be on the water next. And I wouldn't necessarily say these are, let's say, your older generation, but the likes of your Ancors, your Christopher McDonalds are certainly younger. And these three riders have got to push the limits and keep up with this young breed of talent, which is, landing these worlds first, like Mr. Christopher McDonald. But one guy that I do really enjoy watching is up in this heat next, Mr. Bastien Escofet. He's really put his name, in the GWA
Tour this year, landing that amazing combo in Ducat, and then the likes of the Camille Boyer as well. You know, him and Julian, his brother, travel the globe and pretty much do every single event. And then you've got Mr. Jerome Clotens, as Joe mentioned before, comes from a little bit of a kite freestyle background. He's one of those guys that can do everything well, and also a great ambassador off the water. There's a lot to help, you know, the environment, and he's got his own company as well and his own app to help you know, promote just good, healthy living, and a real good ambassador for kiting, but also wingfoiling. So a couple of scores now just coming through. As you can see, Jerome starting things off quite nicely with a 7.43. Lovely opening score there from Bastien as well with a 7.07, and Camille just chasing with that 3.98. As we see there, Jerome, lovely little one-handed backflip there. Really, really talented rider. Can't say it enough out there on the duotone gear. Next up, we're going to have Camille Boyer. So there he is, Camille Boyer. He is the second rider to jump. Look how small the wing is. I don't think I've seen Camille ride a smaller wing.
Yeah, the wind is actually picking up. We've got plus 30 knots out there now. It looks like they've suddenly gone into an extra gear. Camille there with that front flip up and over. I really like how you can see he really, you know, goes into the flip, continues that speed around and goes back up on the foil. So judges are going to be liking that. 7.20 for that move. Let's see what Bastien Escoffier, as he has just changed to gong. So new sponsor, trailing edge black flip, nice and easy.
Yep, sign still delivered there from Bastien. Makes it look a little bit too easy, in fact. But, you know, enjoying the equipment, enjoying the gear. We actually had a little catch up with Bastien, and hopefully we'll be able to show you what he said later on. But, you know, we're going to keep you on the edge of your seat for that sort of info, aren't we, Joe? We like to keep things hidden.
Oh, yes, we do. All right, so as it stands, we have Jerome Clotens in first position of 14.33. Second position, Camille Boyer with an 11.18. And third position, we have Bastien Escoffier with a 7.07, but about to change after that backflip. All right, so next up, we were going to have that was a crash there from Jerome, and we have Camille Boyer, so he is getting ready to jump. Already has a 7.20 for that nice front flip.
Yeah, starting things off nicely there from Camille after that sort of lower 3.98. I think this is going to be a really, really close heat, Joe. I mean, all three of these riders, very, very talented, very, very good at surf freestyle. Definitely surf freestyle is their forte, let's say. They prefer it to the slalom side. But again there, Camille, nice clean backflip, just bread and butter.
Yeah, it is. He's got that one on tap. So he already has a 7.20 for the front flip, looking like, I reckon, probably around the high sixes to the 7 for that another backflip there. So already putting himself in a good position. 7 trick attempts, top 3 moves are the ones that count. That is the name of the game. Surf freestyle here for day number 1, the GWA Wingfoil World Tour event, Pozo Izquierdo, the home of wind down here in Gran Canaria.
And if you just tuned in, we do have a few, you know, a right treat for you this week as well. We're not just doing one discipline, we're doing a FreeFly-Slalom. And you might have thought that it's over there, but no, it isn't. We're doing big air for the first time ever. I mean, we've seen the likes of events like, you know, on the kiting side, King of the Air, and the Big Air Tour for the other side, you know, the sister GKA. But now we're like, you know what? Big air, wingfoiling, let's have a crack at it. What's your thoughts on big air, Jay?
I like it. I mean, there's nothing like a little bit of air time and just to be able to get up into the sky and fly like a bird. And they've got eagles out there on the water at the moment. That man just floating in was Bastien Escoffier. To see the replay of that one. So going for what looked like that 720. Little bit of a fumble on the landing, but landing that one nicely. So he's going to be getting another score. So I reckon Bastien now is going to be going into first position. Already has an 8.07. and a 7.07, and there's that last score of a 7.70. So totaling out at a 23, excuse me, totaling out at a 22.84, just waiting for that to update. There it is. So your current leader, Bastien Escoffet.
An interesting approach here from Camille as well. He's actually looped into his harness line. Not quite sure why he was doing that there. There's definitely wind out there, but here he comes again, back right foot forward, so coming back into the box, back in front of our judges. And you can see just waiting for his flag to be raised.
Yeah, so Camille currently overall 15th on the tour, and then we have Bastien Escoffet is your current 4th position on the surf freestyle. So we have top 20 riders out there on the water. Jerome Cloetans also 18th overall. So Bastien definitely has the higher ranking, and then you can see now 22.84. Let's have a little look-see at what Camille is going for, because he has got 2 good moves, a mid-6 and a low-7. So he is definitely in the mix to be able to improve on his total average. 4th trick attempt. Oh, here we can see the kickers are starting to come in. That tide is definitely helping with the waves.
It is 1, 2, looking like he wanted to maybe go one more further. Whether he wanted the 1080 or he just over-rotated the 720, it doesn't really matter because it's gone down as a crash. But there you can see Camille just going down. So there's a crash for him. Next up, we have Bastien, I believe. They're coming in right foot forward on the gong gear. Just missing the back end of that trick, but we'll see what the judges made of that. Not quite sure what that was, but now we go over to Jerome.
So a little bit of a grab back loop. It looks like he over-rotated that one, so that wasn't able to keep that one quite as clean as he wanted. So Jerome now, he has 2 good scores, mid-7, high-6s, so he's definitely in contentions for this heat so far. Is he going to be going switch stance? He has a very nice grab, switch stance backflip. And waiting to see. There it is, grabbing it away. Okay, body backflip, one-handed with a grab there for Jerome Cloetans. And I reckon that is going to up the points. He's about a 6 and a bit away from that 1st position. Decent number is going to be coming his way. Let's see if it is going to be enough to overtake Bastien for the leadership of this heat.
So we're on trick attempts number 5 as well. 7 of them is what our riders can do, but only 3 are going to count. And let's see if Camille here can roll with the punches a little bit. It looks to be some nice swell kicking up. Nice little kicker there. He's front flip. Again, over-rotates, so he's probably got bigger than he actually thought there. He managed to get a great kicker. As you can see here, nearly going out of the camera screen, he went that high. But yeah, not able to stick that together and land it. So next up, the current heat leader here, Mr. Bastien Escoffet. What's he got for us? Right foot forward.
Oh, he's got speed. One of the things I love about Bastien, he just goes all into his maneuvers. All right, up. That's 1. That's 2. Going for the triple. Going for the 1080, but not getting the cigar.
No, and the main difference for me there, watching his 1080 and Chris's, is that, you know, he gets around, but he travels a lot more downwind than Chris. Chris gets a lot more height, so he's able to have a little bit more time in the air to maybe do those rotations. Bastien there going in with so much speed, which he needs for the pop, but also covering a lot more distance and definitely not getting the same amount of height as Chris. So I reckon he's definitely got it in the locker, but just needs that nice, little bit more of a cleaner takeoff maybe.
Yeah, all right. So Jerome currently in 2nd position with a 21.78. Go in, trailing edge. All right. Nice and clean there, Jerome. Trailing edge backflip. Liking what I see out there on the screen coming out of Tarifa. El Torito. Wrapping it up.
Yeah, nice. Hasn't he got a trick named after him? Has he got a trick named after him?
It was. He used to have the Palau flip, which was technically the body backflip with a nose grab. So he was the first guy to do it. And now I reckon he might be moving further forward. So he is currently in 2nd position. Let's see if he can close that gap. He's just about shy of a point on the overall for when it comes to Bastien. And now here we have Camille Bouillet, who is just waiting for his flag to come up for him to go for his 6th trick attempt. What is it going to be?
Well, he's enjoying the wave now. He's just mooching around on that wave.
All right, so Cammy, he is waiting for his flag to hit the sky, meaning that it's going to be his turn to go. He is currently playing catch-up. He needs to improve on that 3.98 if he wants to have a chance. So far, we have Bastien Escoffet leading by a small advantage, less than a point in between Bastien and Jerome Clertens. So let's see, they have a couple tricks left up their sleeve. Let's see how this heat is going to end up. Going for the 7, going for the 3, and continuing on. The French tornado out there on the water.
Very much so, Joe. You couldn't have put it any better there. I mean, 1, 2, 3. He wasn't far off, but actually, we see a lot of riders when they do that, they actually end up going like nose first, but actually he was like tail back first. So not being able to land it, but I tell you, these riders, they've, you know, a couple more attempts at that, and I think we're going to see a lot more 1080s, and then it's going to be a point of 1080s is just part of the game.
Yeah, I will say it, though.
Whoa.
Ain't a spin for... Whoa! Almost going for the back loop. Almost going for the back loop 360. Big move there from Bastien Escoffet. But unfortunately going down there at the end. All right, so Jerome, final move. He's shy of less than a point difference from Bastien. What's his lowest scoring move? Toe side backflip. What's it going to be? All right, Jerome, last move. Up and over. Going for the backflip combo into front side 3. Now we're talking. Is that going to be more than a 7.25? It's going to be close.
Yeah, I don't. It's a tough call, actually. But it's a clean combo. The pop to pop was nice. Not straight back on the foil, though, straight away, but lovely pop to pop. I do think it's going to be around the 7s, but whether it's going to bump his score up, I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm seeing it's going to be close. I mean, he needs to up his score by about 0.6 of a point, just doing calculations now. So waiting to see if that comes through. I don't think it's going to be enough. We'll find out very shortly. Camille Bouillier is going to be coming our way. So his final move needs to be something big. It needs to be something big if he wants to take the win in this heat, because so far, current leader is Bastien Escoffet.
I reckon he's going to go for a 1080.
He's going to go for something. I mean, big move coming our way. It's either going to be round 5 straight if he wins, or round 4 together with Jerome Clertens.
There's a nice kicker there. Keeping us on the edge of our seats, isn't he here, Joe?
Oh, he's playing with us. He's playing with us. Up and over. All right, backflip. So, no, going for the backflip. I don't know if he was going for a combo or something, but that is not going to be enough to take the beans. So it is going to be Bastien Escoffet who is going to win this heat, as he has a last move victory lap. All right, Bastien speeding it out. What's it going to be? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, 1080. Yes, he does. Gets it on the buzzer.
Very, very nice there from Bastien. Just fully loaded with speed there. I mean, so much speed going into that move, but very, very nicely executed there. Don't know if it's going to be the perfect 10, but it's still going to, it's got to score in the 9s.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be way up there, waiting for that number to come through. But big move there from Bastien Escoffet. There we can see some of the best moves of that last heat. And now we are going to go and see, as we were able to catch up with two riders that are coming into the water next. We caught up with Bouz Müller and Francesco Capuzzo.
Well, my very first time here in Pozo, it's absolutely nuts. I mean, look at this playground out there. It's crazy. I'm kind of scared, nervous, and I'm definitely super excited for a freaking insane wingfoil competition coming up. What I've seen the past sessions on the water here was mind-blowing. Everyone is going to the roof. This sport is going to the roof, and we're gonna experience an insane wingfoil competition.
Well, standing down here with the waterman himself, Francesco Capuzzo. Francesco, you're here, but not on a windsurf, on a wingfoil. How does that feel?
Yeah, actually it feels super weird to see all my friends here pushing with windsurfing the last week. And I wanted to go there windsurf, but I didn't bring with me my windsurf gear. But luckily I got my wing. I've been training a little bit in this special spot because it's something different than what we used to like train and compete. Yeah, now I'm going out for my first heat for the big air qualification. We're just rigging the biggest wing. I'm going on a 4-meter that I didn't rig it since a week now. It used to be my small wing, but actually here is my big wing. So it's like weird for me, but yeah, I can't wait to go in the water.
Well, you know what they say, you either go big or you go home, so get yourself out there. Thank you, Francesco. Have a good heat.
Thank you.
Oh, it's so good to have those interviews, and just Bouz Müller as well, the stoke that he has. And there we have your three riders coming up next, round 3, heat number 6. Chucho Nonot coming out of the Netherlands. And then we have Bouz Müller, the Swiss Dynamite, up against also Mr. Capuzzo. Francesco Capuzzo coming out of Italy. Knows his spot very well, as Joe just chatted with him from windsurfing days. Bouz Müller also coming from a windsurfing background. Great to see those guys transition into the wingfoiling side of things as well. But let's just talk a little bit about the equipment. So Bouz Müller there is going to be on that blue and black wing. Up first we have Chucho Nonot. He is going to be on the yellow wing. And then we're going to have Francesco Capuzzo on the RRD. So we need a yellow wing. And there he is, Chucho Nonot on your screen. Riding that 2.9, that just tells me one thing and one thing only, that there is still plenty of wind out there. Also, he's got that leopard helmet, which is a very interesting choice. But, you know, it is what it is. I quite like it, actually. Here we go, Chucho lining up for his first trick attempt. Frontside 3, nicely executed there. Next up, here we go, Bouz Müller. This is someone we love to watch ride. Very innovative. A little bit of a tongue twister, that one. Spends a lot of time in places like Silver Planner, going for the backflip. Looks like he maybe wanted to potentially treat himself to a combo, but next up, Francesco Capuzzo. You can never miss him. He rocks that orange helmet. You see that thing from space. So here he is, Mr. Capuzzo, switching up. Oh, there he is, riding a boom as well. Haven't seen him ride a boom wing yet. So here we go, plenty of speed, right foot forward. Francesco Capuzzo, backflip into nothing. It's going to be a single backflip there for Francesco Capuzzo, not too much height. But the focus now goes on to Chucho Nonot. So here he is. Chucho actually really solid when it comes to wave riding as well. I would probably say that's maybe his best discipline when it comes to wingfoiling. He's very good in the waves. So if this surf freestyle does have a wave factor and does have a wave element into it, then that could potentially play in Chucho's favor. But right now it's all about pure surf freestyle, as we saw there. Nice backflip, pretty much straight back onto the foil. Nicely done there from Chucho. Definitely got his hands full here in regards to his competitors. Both Bouz Müller and Francesco Capuzzo are really solid. So up next, current heat leader Bouz Müller. See what he has. He switches around.
And again, keeping it together there from Bausmüller there. Great face and great character to have around on these events. He wasn't in New Zealand, so didn't go to New Zealand. He did compete over in Lucat. And then we're seeing him once again here for the first time in Gran Canaria. And the majority of these riders will also be joining us in Fuerteventura. Look at him and Capuzzo there enjoying. I wonder what they're saying to each other. I do this and you copy me, or can you do better than I can? What do you reckon? Let us know in the comments what you think that they're chatting about out there. But Bausmüller, one of those guys that just probably telling Francesco how much fun he's having out there and that he should try this one and that one. But Francesco Capuzzo now lining up, gaining speed. Going very fast through the box. Goes up for the front flip. Lands it nicely. Not a crazy amount of height, but it's a front flip that will score. Focus now back onto Chucho, who's put a couple of nice scores together, sitting on 10.13, Bausmüller 13.12, Capuzzo 13.27. So it's very, very close out there. That will be a crash for Chucho there, going for the backflip. Wanted the combo. Would have been a nice combo as well, but that's going to be down as a crash. It's important to tell you, if you've only just tuned in as well, regards to combos, if they do land their first, combo move, so for Chucho there it was the backflip, but they crash their second one, then the whole trick itself does not count. All right? Oh, Bausmüller there catching a big edge, but managing to whip his way out of that one. Enjoys that one there and just making use of the swirl. Let's just watch that one again. You can see here catches quite a big edge, but manages to just whip round. That's why he is Bausmüller. And it's scoring nicely. It's going to be in the 8s. Impressive there from him. Judges liking what they see. Capuzzo coming in next. This guy does it all. He wings, he windsurfs, he kite surfs as well. He does the wave tour. Has he kept it together? Yes, he has. Pretty much copying Bausmüller with his move. Going for the Radiculo 7. Bausmüller's one was an 8.3. It's looking like Capuzzo is also going to score quite similar, if not better. The Radiculo, named after Mr. Bausmüller himself. Chucho Nonot. Trick attempt number 4. Currently in that 3rd position, definitely going to have to do something special. I reckon we're going to see that backflip into a frontside 360 again. I'm calling it. He tried it last time, he didn't manage to do it. He was very, very close. Needs a little bit of a kicker though to go off one. Yeah, he went for it again. It's gonna score, but it's not gonna score high. You can see there, it didn't get much pop off the second. Wasn't a complete 360 either. But it's a combo that will score. As Bausmüller is up next. Wonder if we'll see a combo from Bausmüller. Him and Capuzzo clearly having some fun out there, chatting to each other as he looks over his shoulder, waiting for his flag to be raised. So on the beach, we have a system where we are raising different colour flags to let our riders know whose go it is. We will go turn by turn, 7 minutes, 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are counting. When their flag colour gets raised, that is a system for go, go, go. And then they're able to perform their trick. You can see here, Bausmüller going trailing edge first as well. What's he got for us? Front flip. Back up on the foil. Wonder if Capuzzo will copy what Bowers has just done. Capuzzo, one of those riders that likes to jump right foot forward as well, one of the things you're noticing.
not really doing many tricks with left foot forwards. So not able to engage, you know, the maximum juice, let's say, out of these kickers. But you can find the right ones. It's just a little bit harder going right foot forwards to really get that, you know, the same amount of pop as you were if you to go left foot forward. Scores on the doors. Chucho in third position, 14.96. In first position, we currently have this guy on your screen, Francesco Capuzzo, with a 21.67. Bausmuller in second with a 20.95. Again, he's pretty much copying Bausmuller. You can see Baus in the background lifting up his wing as he wants to watch Francesco. Francesco here maybe going through a slight lull in the wind as he's pumping through that section. Manages to get down and out. That's a crash there for Francesco. So I wonder if there's a little, you know, little tactic or some sort of chat going on between Baus and Francesco, because they pretty much done move for move, with Capuzzo following in suit. Maybe that's something that we can ask them when they come to the beach. How about that? Bet you didn't like that. Everyone watching at home. Get those two boys on the mic. Big battle here for Chucho. Yes, it is indeed, Victoria. We can see your comments in the section here. He's got some work to do, that's for sure, but he's one of those riders that, you know, deals well under pressure. He's had a good run so far, and a lovely, nice, clean backflip there. Chucho, for me now, watching his sort of riding on the last three maneuvers, he wants that combo where it goes backflip into that frontside 360. He tried it twice, crashed twice, but was very, very close. Then as well, he looked like he wanted to do it, but he didn't get the pop for the second part of the maneuver. Up next, Bausmuller, and once again being closely followed by Francesco Capuzzo.
Yeah, Baus out there, and it looks like he is currently in second position, but Francesco Capuzzo, a little bit of a lead. All right, switch stance here. Are we going to be seeing? Yes, we are. Going for the radiculo, but not getting the landing. That move is named after him, so if anybody's going to land it, it's going to be him, Liam.
Yeah, he's already landed it on the trick before as well, as did Capuzzo. So they've been having a bit of fun out there and just been going toe for toe on the moves, pretty much doing the same moves every single time.
Yeah, they're looking very closely at each other. Francesco, very experienced competitor. You know, he is wild waterman of the tour. Coming out of Italy, here we have him on the RRD. What's he got for us? There's one, there's two, there's three. Going for the 900. Let's look underneath the wave. Semi coming up. I think that is going to be a crash, though. Yep, I can see the scores coming up from the judges. Submerging a little bit too long, so that's going to be a crash there for Francesco Capuzzo, but still currently in first position.
Yeah, he's enjoying his time out here in Pozo. He knows this place. Probably one of the more experienced riders when it comes to this location from his windsurfing days as well. So a lot of quite a few of these riders, this is their first time at this exact spot as well, because it's quite windsurf orientated. So Chucho now definitely got work to do as he's on trick number 6. He's in third position with a 15.13, going for the backflip into the front side 3. Does he make it? It's a little bit dirty, but he does. I don't think it's going to score the highest, though.
Getting the knees wet there, just unfortunately not having the speed and not having the height. You can see really slowed down. Good effort to be able to get that board around, just skimming across the water. Still moves on the card. His lowest score is a 4.23. I reckon it's going to be a little bit higher than that, but still probably not the number he was looking for.
He's having a good heat, Chucho, and he's definitely, dialing down some nice tricks, and he's been giving that one a go on the last 4, and finally been able to put that one in his pocket and move on. But at the moment, it's Bausmuller is going to be up next, switching that wing around. Is that a wing pass midair there?
That was very nice there from Bausmuller. You can see using the wing against the wind and then just wrapping himself around. Innovation out there on the water as we're bringing new moves to the World Tour, and Muller just waiting for the multiplying factor of that one. I'm waiting for the judges to put a score in there for him as we continue on with trick attempt number 6 coming up for this man here, Francesco Capuzzo.
Always seems to be a new trick at every event that we have. We just move from one to the other, and there's always like, all right, we're going to have this now, and then there's like a 2-month break, and now we're going to have this. Or we see something in social media, and we're like, oh, God, if we get the conditions, we're also going to see that. I mean, just there as well. When were we seeing the one-handed wing backflips? Like, we weren't seeing that a year ago.
Not at all. I mean, these guys have had a little bit of time to be able to train, and they've been putting in the hours. Looks like he was maybe even going to try and grab there, Francesco, but not being able to get to the board. And I tell you what, there is a big move coming in for Bausmuller, as there it is. waiting for that number, as he is currently in the lead, a 7.83 for that innovation maneuver multiplying factor, getting him the high scores.
Yeah, he's an innovator, that's one thing for sure. He likes to set boundaries and push the limits. And here we have Chucho for his last trick attempt. We're on trick attempt number 7 now, and then once they've done that, we'll be seeing who advances through to round number 5 and who goes through into round number 4.
All right, so talk about a close heat in between the Italian and the Swissman out there at the moment, mate. Just waiting to see what is happening out there on the scores, as it looks like Chucho is waiting for his turn, if I'm not mistaken there, Liam.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, maybe they're calculating that last trick there from Capuzzo. Sometimes, you know, our judges are, I've got to hand it to them, they're very quick when it comes to putting in the scores. They do fire them through nice and quickly. But if we ever do see something new or something, you know, like what you say, where they're inventing something or we're seeing a new wing pass or a new grab or this and that, they like to take their time, they like to have a little look and make sure that the scores are right.
Yeah, no, really, the judges talk about putting in the effort out there, because it is like you've been saying, new moves coming off of left, right, and center. And we're just waiting for confirmation of that last maneuver score there for Francesco Capuzzo with that body back flip at a 5.73. So that's not going to improve his score. So now final move here for Chucho Nunot. Freight train, he has to go all in if he wants to continue on.
Yeah, we got to see a 10 here from Chucho. Let's do it, Chucho. Come on. You can hear us in the booth here. Probably not, because it's blowing like 40 knots, but, you know, oh well. Give us a 10. Give us something special. Let's see what he's got. I reckon we're going to see a combo. I'm going to go for a combo.
I mean, with Chucho with a helmet like that, we're going to call Eye of the Leopard. Not Eye of the Tiger, Eye of the Leopard. Come on, boy. So Chucho Nunot making his way out. He's got a good kicker. He's seen it. Here we go. What's it going to be? Leave me hanging. It's all good. Next kicker. Up and over. All right. 1, 2. Going for the front side. 7. But coming down hard. So that, unfortunately, is going to be a no-go for Chucho. So he's going to have to battle it out in round number 4 on the next day of the Surf Freestyle competition.
Yeah, the Leopard's going to need some armbands now because he's down in the drink. And he's going to be finishing 3rd position in the heat as we move on to Bows Muller. Just showing a little bit of style on the tacks. And that's what I love. He's always just having fun out there. He's always got a smile on his face. He's in 1st position, but it's super. Or is he 1st position? I'm not sure.
He is in 2nd at the moment. Francesco Capuzzo has the lead. So Bows, lowest score, a 6.32. Looking to improve on that. All right, going for Radiculo, but going down. So that is going to be a crash for him, meaning that it is going to be Francesco Capuzzo who is going to be making it through into that round number 5, and Chucho Nunot and Bows Muller are going to have to battle it out. All right, so Francesco Capuzzo, a little bit of a victory lap here.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows it's a victory lap, but I wonder if they've got the caddies on the beach, but it's so hard to tell sometimes, especially at a location like this. It's not like you can come in and check because it's a little bit nasty coming in and out. But here he is, just going for the 1-2, going for the 1080.
And he does get it. A little bit sketchy on the landing there, but you can see the power of the Italian keeping that one together. 1080 front side, 1083 rotations all the way around. Francesco Capuzzo going to be very happy with that one because that's going to improve his overall score. And while we're waiting for results to come in, even though we do know 1st position out of that heat is going to be for the Italian Francesco Capuzzo, let's enjoy the recap of the moves.
And welcome back. What a beautiful location we are at. An amazing heat has just happened. Up next, we are going to have some more riders take the water. But before we go into the next round, we're going to catch up with Joe on the beach, who has our previous heat winner, Bastien Escofet.
All right, well, I'm standing here with Bastien Escofet, just coming off of the win, making your way through to round number 5. Even getting a 1080 in there, looks like you're on full form.
Yeah, well, I just got out of the water. I think I'm on my hit. Did 2 1080s, only the last one scored. Did a few innovations as well, so I'm pretty happy about my Palo 360 as well. So, yeah, happy to go through the round 5.
So, Bastien, obviously, new gear, new equipment out there. You are now one of the Gong riders. Congratulations. Looks like the change is doing well.
Yeah, the equipment is working awesome, especially on this strong wind. The wings are just perfect, so super control, and yeah, it's perfect for the 10s.
Well, there you go, 10s, and I want to see some 14s. Bastien Escofet making his way through. Liam, back to you.
Thank you very much, Joe, and great to be able to chat to, our heat winners. But up next, we've got 3 more heavy hitters. Julio Gasparini coming out from Italy. Max Robinson, the Canadian, just recently moved to Gong as well, and actually part of the team there. And then we have Oscar Leclerc, the Frenchman. So 3 big names. Round 3, heat number 7, men's surf freestyle here at the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Gran Canaria. We are at the famous location of Pozo. What a place to be on this beautiful first day. And as the day starts to, I wouldn't say come to an end, but as we get into the latter stages now, we're starting to continue to push through the surf freestyle of the men. We've also got surf freestyle of the women. We've got FreeFly-Slalom. We've got big air. We've got a busy 6 days ahead. We're not going to go anywhere because right now, right here, we have the next round. Heat number 7, round number 3. Just joining me back in the booth now is Joe. Joe, Bastien sure did have a smile on his face after that one. He seems to be landing big tricks, and it's great to see him on the water. I wonder if we're going to see some 10s from him. And Max Robinson making the recent move from slingshot to gong. So Julio Gasparini is going to be the one on the duotone, on the Ensis, sorry. There he is. There's Julio. And engaging now, turning round, going to go right foot forward, but he's actually riding switch stance. I mean, last time Julio was on the water, actually, he was choosing and picking out the right kickers, and I reckon he's got a good chance of doing the same here. Lining up nicely, goes for a big back loop, pretty much straight back on the foil. Nice opening trick there for Julio. Next up, we have Max Robinson. Here he is on your screen. As I mentioned, going from slingshot over to gong. I had a little chat with Max, actually. He said the gear is working beautifully. Enjoying the gear, enjoying the boom as well is a big thing for Max, because he comes from a windsurfing background. So having the option to have those booms and sort of place your hand as if you were riding a sail is something that he really enjoys. Big guy as well, Max, one of the heavier riders on tour, and you can still see that the wing is very small, and that just tells me one thing, and one thing only, that it's nuking. Backflip. Clean as a whistle there from Max Robinson. Having a good year as well so far. Max has joined the tour on all the stops. He's been in New Zealand, he's been in Lucat. He was also out in Brest for the European Championship. Now he is here in Gran Canaria. He's joining us in Fuerteventura. So it's safe to say that he keeps himself busy with our schedule, because next up, Oscar Leclerc, another rider that's been keeping busy, was also in Brest and joining us for the next coming 2 events. What's he got? Because this is the first time that he has entered the water today. What are we going to see? Backflip or front flip? I reckon we're going to see a backflip. I mean, he really shut me up there. He went for a Rayleigh with a combo as well with a frontside 3, but that's going to be a crash.
Yeah, I would say it did look like he was going to go for a rotation there, get him the speed, but obviously he knows he's up against 2 good riders, so he may be looking to try and get a combo on them. Combination moves is kind of a new thing coming into the Wingfoil World Tour, which means that they go into one jump, pop to pop from the foot, and then go into the second. Julio Gasparini going for that front loop, front flip, but unusually missing that one. Looks like he didn't have quite enough power, even though he did get a nice kicker.
Yeah, he chooses the right kicker, definitely, Julio. He's, especially in his last heats as well, is one thing I definitely noticed. But There he is on your screen. Next up, Max Robinson. So let's get eyes on him as we continue to fire through this heat number 7. So Max Robinson is going to be the rider that jumps next. Or maybe I've jumped the gun a little bit too early there. Let's have a little look. Big front flip there for Max, but that will be a crash. Looks like he's just stuck under his wing there, but he's managing to get back to his feet.
All right, Oscar Leclerc here going for that backflip. Again, it looked like he was maybe trying to get the combo in there. You can see him trying to push that forward out at the end. Have a little look-see here on that replay. Goes around, and it almost looked like he was trying to get that board out again. Still backflip there for Oscar Leclerc. So that is going to go and put him in to first position, if I'm not mistaken. No, second position, because Max Robinson has a 6.30. All right, here we have Gasparini. He's got the power. Going out to the back. Nice kicker coming his way. Oh, up and over. Front loop. Nicely executed there from the Italian.
Yeah, I've got to say, one of the favourite moves that I like watching is the front loop. It's just like, I just like the way it looks, the way like you go, it's like slow at the start and then you like snap round as soon as that foil hits 12 o'clock, and then the weight of it like brings the rider around. It's quite cool to watch, in my opinion. Some of you might like other tricks, but let us know what tricks you like from these riders. What do you like watching? What do you like seeing? One thing you can let us know is in the comments. Personally, for me, I like that front flip. Let us know what you want to see. I know you're probably going to go 1400s and 1080s and all that sort of stuff. We definitely want to see a 14, and I know that Chris McDonald has it in the locker from looking at his socials. I do think we're going to see it. If the conditions are like this today, yeah, maybe a little bit more wind, we can definitely see it. Oscar Leclerc now, is he going to go for another combo? Definitely coming into this one with speed as he pops up, going for the Rayleigh. Into a combo, yes. I don't quite know what approach Oscar's taken here. I don't know if he's maybe doing the same approach as Noé did a few heats ago. Maybe he doesn't want to finish first. Maybe he wants to finish second or third, and maybe that's the way the draw is lining up for him. Interesting approach here. Being very keen to see the ladder, actually. Maybe I can just jump out the booth for a couple minutes very shortly. Leave Joe stranded here on his own. Back loop. Nicely done from Julio, definitely picking and choosing the right kickers. And he is your current heat leader as well as he goes up into the sky there. Next up, Mr. Max Robinson here. Let's have a little look at what he has for us. Left the front through 60 on the turn. Just ticking off those different trick families, Max Robinson. Definitely one of the riders who, quite tactical, you know, he's been competing for a long time. He's competed in windsurfing, he's now competing on the wing. He's also part of our GWA committee as well, a very important and active committee group, I must say. We do hold numerous meetings with those guys, and it's all about how can we develop the tour, how can we make it better, how can we make competition better. And we have committees in all our disciplines really when it comes to, you know, the slalom and the freestyle. We like to keep our riders active, we like to get their thoughts, and that's why we have, you know, committee meetings very, very regular, and Max Robinson is definitely one of the riders who helps push the sport in the right direction. And someone pushing in the right direction at the moment is just going on your screen, Julio, because he's currently sitting in first place. But that's going to be a crash there.
All right, so have a look at the skills. Just stuck my head out the door there. Wind is still looking good as we are coming to the end of this day number 1, as we have one more heat coming up after the one that we have here on the screen. Currently, we have Giulio Gasparini in the lead with 19.83. And here we have Max Robertson just joining the Gong team, also part of the development for the French brand. Switching over there from Slingshot, and the gear is definitely looking nice. They have quite a big team now, you know, the likes of Malo Guenolaire, world champion, Bastien Escoffet, looking like he's trying to push his way in this year to get that world championship. And then we have here Max Robinson there going for that front loop, but unfortunately coming down a little shy there on the landing. So trick attempt number 5 here for Oscar Leclerc. Switch stance into the beach, tacking himself away. All right, tack frontside 3 there for Oscar Leclerc, one of the new innovation moves out here on the competition area.
Another innovative move there was what we want to see. There you go, just tweaks it out nicely, pumps the wing, 1, 2, 3, off you go. Signed, sealed, delivered, thanks for coming. As he pushes through, gaining a slight advantage on his score, but still not finishing in the top end, still in 3rd place. Here he is, your current heat leader, Julio Gasolini from Italy. As we're now on trick attempt number 6. So 2 more trick attempts for all of our riders. If you've just joined us now, you just finished work or wherever you are in the world, our riders have 7 trick attempts, 3 of which count. And then that is what makes up their score. And a little frontside 360 there. Try to go for a little, maybe a little combo afterwards, but that's Julio's 6th trick. Don't think we're going to see a big improvement on that 19.83 he currently has. But he's just enjoying himself out there, flicking that wing around from left to right. Max Robinson now up next for his 6th trick attempt. What are we going to see from the Canadian here? Definitely gets his air miles in, doesn't he, Max, when he travels the world for these tours, coming from Canada every time.
He certainly does. I bet he's platinum on all of those cards. All right, so Max Robinson for his trick attempt number 6. Just waiting for his flag to go into the sky so he can continue on. Looks like he's out there on a, what is that, 3.5. I mean, Max is a big guy. Yeah. Max is 90 kg plus. And he is on a 3.5 meter wing. That just shows how windy it is out here, as it is definitely picked up throughout the day. We've had gusts of 36 knots. I'm seeing on the old wind station. And looking like the wind is still here to stay. Day number 1, Pozo Izquierdo, proving why it is the home of wind.
For sure. I mean, I was pretty gobsmacked. It's my first time here. When I rocked up this morning, I was like, nah, surely not. Surely it can't be like 35 knots every day in the summer. But from chatting to pretty much everyone, they're like, yep. You know, you never need to worry about a day without wind pretty much throughout the summer, which is amazing. I mean, what a playground for these riders. Nice little one-handed backflip there from Max.
Yeah, very nicely done. Really extending out the legs on that one. That is about as clean as a whistle there for the Canadian on his trick attempt number 6. So he's going to be getting himself up on the competition scoreboard. All right, so here, Oscar Leclerc, are we going to be seeing another tack move? It does look like he's coming in with quite a bit of speed. I don't think so. It looks like he's going to be jiving around. All right, so left foot forward, going out on that port tack. What have we got here for the Frenchman? Out there on the Vayu gear. Here he goes. 1, 2, going for the front side 7, but coming down hard. That is going to be a crash for him. So final moves for each one of these riders in heat number 7 of round number 3 of the competition.
Final move, it looks like Julio there, he just caught the back end of his trick, so it looks like, I mean, that's definitely a crash. I mean, he's in the drink up to his head, so definitely going to be a crash there. And here we have the replay. What's he gone for? Looks like he's going for a 720. Nearly lands it, but yeah, just not able to keep his body on the board. Max Robinson now is coming back into the box here. What's he going to show for us? Currently in that 2nd position by the looks of things.
Yeah, needs to improve his score by about 2.5 points. Lowest score of a 4.27, so he needs a 6, mid-6, if he wants to try and get into that 1st place, making his way through. All right, front flip up and over. Can he keep it together? Just managed to keeping that out. Really ducking the wing there. I reckon he's going to be crashed out for that one.
Yeah, he's got to be. I mean, nice, good height though. He chose the right kicker. But here, you can just kind of, he's probably saying the same thing, Joe. I reckon he's like, ooh, as well. Last trick now for Mr. Leclerc. What's he got for us? Let's have a little look. I mean, go on, Joe. What do you reckon? Call it now. What's he going to do?
I think he might be hitting the combo. We've seen him trying that first. He has a 2.67 as his smallest maneuver. Toe side, front side, free on the inside there with that tack. All right, here he goes. All right, so Oscar Leclerc. I've got a feeling he's going to be doing it this way again. Okay, no, turn it around. He tried the 7 before. Is it going to be all beans?
So there at the moment, he's mowing the lawn.
Yeah, up and down, left, right. A little bit of center. Mow the lawn, trim the flowers. And what have you got for us? Oscar Leclerc. Final move of the second to last heat here of Pozo Izquierdo, Gran Canaria. There's one, there's two. Just missing out on the front side 7. So that's going to be a crash for Oscar Leclerc. And while we're waiting for the next heat to be coming our way, let's have a look at the recap of that last heat. Welcome back, everybody, and we are here for the final heat of the day, heat number 8, round number 3. Out there on the water, Lasse Harbasek, Ricardo Zorzi, and Malo Grenoller, the past world champion, who is going to be taking the bacon home of this final heat. There we can see that man is Malo Grenoller. He is going to be jumping third. Out there on the green is Lasse Harbak, will be jumping first. That's the man there coming out of Germany, and jumping in second position on the red-orangish JP. That man just going through your screen is Ricardo Zorzi. All right, so Lasse Harbasek, let's see what he has for us here. Coming out of Germany, just waiting for this one to get on a go. 3-minute transition as these guys are going to be closing off day number 1 here. Pozo Izquierdo, Gran Canaria, GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And what an action-packed day it has been. Making it all the way through round number 3 of the surf freestyle competition. We also have done the qualifying for the big air event that's going to be coming on further along the week, and can't wait for more action to be coming out tomorrow. Pozo Izquierdo is known for its winds, 30 knots plus throughout the whole day, and it looks like it is going to be all week long, so we're going to have an action-packed week of competition down here in the Canary Islands. So first up, Lasse Harbasek is going to be opening up the final heat of the day. Here we go, slingshot rider, left foot forward. Oh, crashing out there, unfortunately. I don't know if he got caught up with something or just, you know, kind of went front foot heavy. All right, looks like he got his leash caught up or something as he's adjusting that one. You can see the wind as it's being pulled further and further. Okay, so Lassie is going to be crashed for that maneuver. All right, so here we have Riccardo Zorzi out there on the Neil Pride. Pushing his way, right foot forward. Starboard tack, what's he got for us? Back flip, calm, cool and collected, getting himself back up on the foil. Nice opener there for the young Italian. Keeps his body compact, head over heels, whips the ring around. Nice and easy, average maneuver there for him. And now is going to be Malo Grenole. All right, so Malo Grenole gaining some speed. Back flip, right back onto the foil. Judges are going to be liking that one. Let's see the difference in between the one from Riccardo Zorzi was a 6.50. And now let's have a little look-see of the one here from Malo to make the difference in the scores. Great move there from the French athlete. And waiting for confirmation, but looking like it is going to be a 7+ maneuver there for the Frenchman. Great opener. Lasse is going to have to get trick attempt number 2 as he crashed out on that first one. Big front roll there for Lasse. Now we're talking. Looks like the German means business. Nice kicker there for him. Up and over. Look at that. Completely around. Right. Nice clean landing. Great move there for him. All right. So Riccardo Zorzi, 6.43. Currently in second position. Going switch stance on the way out. Looking, hunting, circling, cruising, perusing through the Canarian waters. What is it gonna be? Okay, going for the radiculo and getting it nice. Does he get up? Yes, he does. Big move there for the Italian.
Great move there from Riccardo Zorzi. I don't think I've seen him land one of those before in competition. Clearly been putting in some work in the off time. I also think has he switched brands, Joe? He used to be with Slingshot, no?
No, he's been out there on Neil Pride and Cabrina for a couple of months now. So
okay.
He was the Slingshot rider a little bit back, but it looks like the equipment is really suiting him. Malo Glenole. Oh. Air time is the word.
Yeah, take off Malo. Off you go. I mean, nearly came out of the camera screen. It was that large, but there we go. Really nice rotation there. Nice control as well on the way down. Didn't over-rotate. Just pretty much a perfect front loop there.
Yeah, really getting a lot of travel distance as well. That has got to be one of the best ones we've seen, and that's why he's getting an 8.20. Great move there from Malo Grenole. Okay, so back flip here for Lasse. Getting yet another landed move. He's going to be happy with that. So a 15.46 average for Malo Grenole and a 14.53 here for Riccardo Zorzi. So Malo already upping the scores there as he is your current leader. And let's have a little look-see. Riccardo Zorzi. Trick attempt number 3. 2 for 2 already. Let's see if he can get the hat trick.
Nice score in that previous trick as well. I think that was an 8.10 there for Riccardo on that last maneuver.
Yeah, Radiculo 7. Really getting that one nicely. Off the kicker nice and clean. Going switch stance as well, once again. Let's see. All right, going for the Radiculo 7. I reckon that was better than the other one.
It definitely, we've got a clearer view, that's for sure, because there wasn't we didn't have a wave in front of us. You know, we saw real nice, and it was probably a lot closer to the beach as well, that one. But just look at that, beautiful stuff. I mean, it's very interesting to see what the judges think. I do think I agree with you there, Joe. I do think it's a cleaner one. Definitely had a better, like I said, view. But let's see the scores.
Yeah, trailing edge here for Malo. Oh, perfect trailing edge backflip there for Malo Grenole. Great maneuver there for the Gong rider. So a 8.23 for that last Radiculo 7 there for Ricardo Zorzi. So he's going to be happy with that one. And there we can see slowed and speeding down Manuel Guillermo with a beautiful trailing edge backflip at an 8.37. So Malo 24.10 already 3 for 3.
Yeah, he's got the hat trick straight off the bat. And now Lasse is the one chasing because Ricardo is pretty, he's doing well. It looks like Lasse here liked what Malo did and he thinks, you know what, I'm going to give it a go as well. But ends up in the waters.
Yeah,
so that's a crash.
Didn't get the height on that one. He was pulling it off on the flat, going a little bit more downwind. Malo, you could see, got a little bit more height, was able to control it mid-air. So now Ricardo Zorzi, trick attempt number 4. Final hit of the day here, Pozo Izquierdo, Gran Canaria. Let's see what the young Italian has for us.
But he's coming in with speed.
He certainly is powering his way through. Okay, going for the 720. You could see he was forcing that.
Yeah, but that's, I like it. I like the sign there from Ricardo. He's clearly, you know, raging with confidence after those 2 big Radiculo moves. And, you know, I think he started this heat off well. He's now on to, you know, after Malo's next trick, it's going to be trick attempt number 5 for all of our riders. 3 trick attempts left. You know, they can still push the limits a little bit. They've got some good scores on the board. Malo here is the current world champion in surf freestyle. He was crowned last year in Brazil. Taiba, he's gone for a combo. That would have been the best combo we'd seen all day. The pop that he got off the second, you know, off the backflip that he did there was by far the best pop I've seen today.
Yeah, Malo, I mean, he has those things on tap. Gets in there, was able to get the height. But yeah, just catching that bottom side of the wing. But that was big.
Big pop, yeah. Big pop there from Malo. Hopefully, I'd love to see him land that like super clean with the same amount of pop height, because that's what I'd like to see how the judges score that one as well, compared to a norm, you know, the other ones that we're seeing where not much of a crazy height distance.
Yeah, we can see Lasse going for another front flip. He's already has that one scored, so trying to look to improve that. Going to be close. Not quite sure if that one's going to be better than the one he did before. So we'll have to wait to see those numbers coming in. Ricardo Zorzi. All right. Right foot forward, starboard tack coming towards the beach. What is it going to be? He is currently in second position. What he has an 8.23 and a 6.43. 2 big moves. Let's see what that third score is going to be coming up on the competition ladder. Here he goes. Up and over, backflip. Reckon he was maybe fishing for a combo,
yeah,
but unfortunately forgot to put the old bait on the hook there.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he's wasn't quite cooking with the same amount of gas that he has been at the start of the heat, Ricardo, there on that trick. But it's good to see him go through. I think we're going to see Ricardo try and nail that combo towards you know, the back end of the heat. But Malo now trick attempt number 5, and then all riders are going to have 2 remaining. Let's see what he has. Big backflip. I think there. Oh, he's landed it. He's landed it. It's a huge move there from Malo. I think that's a world's first, Joe.
It is the elusive backflip 360 up and over, and then switch it around. So back loop 360 there for Malo Guillermo, but I'm waiting to see what the judges are thinking of it. So big move out there on the water for Malo Guillermo, and now just waiting for those numbers to come in. I'm seeing some quadruple digits. I'm seeing some triple digits. What is it going to be?
I don't know if he meant to originally do that, though. I'm not sure, because, I mean, I'll have to give my thoughts after Lasse's move here, nice bit of air. But it looked like Malo wanted to go for what he previously did with the combo, and then it was like he went so big that he then thought, you know what, I'm going to swip in the 360. I don't know. Maybe that's just me watching a crazy amount of wingfoiling all day.
And it's official, 9.60 for that backflip 360 from Malo Guillermo. So huge move. I tell you what, he has proven a point, because that is the highest score out there today, together with Christopher McDonald. So now Ricardo Zorzi, trick attempt number 6. Going for 1, going for 2, front side 7. Little bit of a slip and a skid on the second rotation there, but keeps it together.
Yeah, it's nice. Nicely done there from Ricardo. We'll see here from the replay. Goes around once, goes around twice. Maybe not the landing, big heavy butt check there, but able to keep a little bit of momentum and power through that wing, which helps him lift him back up. So definitely a scored trick there as we move towards Malo for trick attempt number 6. Malo here, you know, comfortably out in the lead at the moment, but take nothing away from the other two riders. Will we see Malo, you know, try and push the boundaries once more? Let's have a look, but he's enjoying the waves element at the moment.
Yeah, he definitely is. He is having a good time with some of the waves out here in Pozo, as that high tide is about half an hour until we get full high tide. So Malo there, going left foot forwards.
Combo, I reckon.
Right, going up and over, backflip into a frontside free, nice and clean. Looking to improve on an 8.37 from that trailing edge backflip. I reckon he's probably being able to pull that one off.
Yeah.
As we're just waiting for an extra number to come in. I tell you what, it's going to be close.
It's interesting as well. Malo in La Palma last week was using the gong wing with the 2 handles. And now I just saw that he's using the gong wing with the 1 single big boom. So be interesting to see maybe what his thought process is behind that. Maybe we can catch him for a quick chat maybe tomorrow. But Lasse there going down. That'll be another crash for him. So yeah, I'm going to pick Malo's brains on that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's all, you know, guys and girls on the stream. If you want to know about equipment, you want to know about riders, just give us a shout out. Absolutely, Ricardo Malo is killing it. And one of the highest heat scores of the day, together with Christopher McDonald. Chris got in a 10, and Malo getting a 9.60, and also Bastian had a very high 9 there for his heats. So those looked like are the 3 guys to beat at the moment. And there we could see that one-handed backflip here from Ricardo Zorzi, who is looking to try and improve on that final 6.0 score, but that is not going to be enough. So it is going to be a victory run for this man, as he has already done enough to take the first position. Here he is going switch stance, tacking it out, tack front side 7 attempt, and he does pull it off. Tack front side 7 attempt there for Malo. Also a world's first that we've ever seen that in the water. So Malo Glenolé proving a point out here on the water. I tell you what, we have one of the heavy hitters saying hello, how's it going, and what is happening to everybody. And that doesn't even count. But you can, when you see a rider of that caliber pulling off moves and having that confidence, he's dangerous.
Yeah, I got to say as well, with Malo, watching him last week in La Palma, I did, like, coming into this event, I was like, he does have some catching up to do when it comes to likes of Chris McDonald. And then obviously last week we didn't have people like Bastian compete, Alan, Francesco, because, you know, they're not anything near under 19 now. But I was a bit like, cool, Malo's got to take it to these guys. But after that heat, he's got to be one of the guys to beat.
Well, that is the final heat of the day, Liam, and we're just going to enjoy a little bit of the recap of day number 1 here, Gran Canaria, Pozo Izquierdo. 30 knots plus throughout the whole day. We've seen world first moves landed. We've seen big air. We've seen some guys getting some airtime. I can't wait to see what is going to be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be yet another day of some exciting and thrilling competition. It's certainly going to keep us on the edge of our seats, as it's going to keep you. And tomorrow's plan, we're going to be around 11 AM local time, first possible start. So that's the plan of action for tomorrow. As you said, Joe, we're going to enjoy some action now, but we very much look forward to bringing you more, you know, tricks and world's first tomorrow. Enjoy the stream. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you very shortly.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse ¿Y volver a encontrarse? En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.